Okay, it's time for Housatonic Live with great Mark Kulak. Just want to recap a little bit what we went over yesterday on Mark's show. We're still talking about the people within the DTRA, Defense Threat Reduction Authority, and their attempts to distract us with a number of medical events, the things like the monkeypox, and using monkeypox and other things to let us focus less, to get people who are more or less red pilled to focus less on the things that really matter. Let's see if Mark's ready. As soon as Mark gives us a thumbs up, I'll bring him in. Okay, Mark, are you ready?
I can hear you 10-4, loud and clear, 5x5, whatever else people want to say. How do I sound to you?
You sound great.
Oh, wow.
You look great.
Let's call it a day. Let's just call it a day. How you doing, John?
I'm doing good, Mark. And what's on the plate for today?
A little bit of shop talk. How's that for you? This is an episode that I've been meaning to do for a while, but and it was I was thinking that today as I was running some other errands, I would do it, and then the replay of the Aaron interview with George. I heard the mention of, Dr. Eric Traub. Have you heard of Eric Traub?
Yes, I have, and we're probably going to get his old refrigerator into the studio pretty soon.
Wow, now that's a score. That's a score. You may want to take some precautions. At least keep it in the other room or put it in the garage or something. I heard it can be a little spicy, a little dangerous. So Eric Traub, for those who are just joining, was a German biologist / bacteriologist who was a very high-ranking biological weapons researcher in World War II for Nazi Germany. Now, and he was effectively was one of the highest-ranking people, or possibly even ran the bioweapons research facility Ensel Reims, which is a long peninsula, effectively an island, I think, off the north coast of Germany. Now, Dr. Traub is famous for several things. One is the fact that after World War II, he attained residency in the United States and was used as a subject matter expert in the development of the United States' own biological weapon research program, which at that time in the 1950s was embedded within the United States Department of Agriculture. And there was a little bit of the biological and chemical warfare component within the military as well. Dr. Eric Traub was used as a consultant for the build out and implementation of the Plum Island Animal Infectious Disease Research Facility, which is off Long Island, which actually you can almost see it right there in that map. Matter of fact, you can almost see it in the background. Long Island. It's a little island, Plum Island, little island off the top of Long Island. Now, what many people don't know about Dr. Eric Traub is that while he was a high-ranking scientist for Hitler, while he was brought into the United States as what they call a paperclip, someone who has a lot of subject matter expertise, who's given residency, was given residency in the United States under the same or possibly even a new name, so that the United States could use them for their own purposes. What many don't know, and I've mentioned this before, is that Dr. Eric Traub was actually in the United States for several years before World War II.
That I did not know.
He was here for several years. He was initially discovered by some American biologists who went to Germany, I think in the late 1920s. And at that time, Eric Traub was very young. And Eric Traub seemed to be a very capable, very promising. He had a lot of promise. Okay, let's say you can just tell someone, in their early 20s, like this person's a high potential person. Maybe it won't work out, but they had something special. But he was also very capably bilingual. So, as someone who could effectively be a translator and also be a subject matter expert, he was brought into the United States and worked at the Rockefeller Institute in the 1930s. He lived in New Jersey and some time in Long Island, and he did a lot of work at Princeton, I believe. Before, I don't know the details, they're probably documented somewhere, before he was allowed to go to Germany and help build out their bioweapons program in World War II. All right. Now, an even further underappreciated detail is who was Eric Traub's mentor? Like one of the possibly the most important mentor he ever had. As a matter of fact, there you go. There's Plum Island. Yep. There it is. So it's about a mile. Believe it or not, there are times when if like deer have actually been able to swim from Long Island, from the tip of Long Island to Plum Island. It's not very deep. Yep. That distance, that's a long trek for deer. But there have been other, in extreme cases, rodents and birds easily that have made that crossing from Plum Island over to the other side, which is where Old Lyme, Connecticut is. And that's where Lyme disease got its name. Who was Eric Traub's mentor? Eric Traub's mentor was, make sure I got the name right here. I always get the father and son mixed up. Dr. Richard Shope, S-H-O-P-E. So, Richard Shope was in the United States military. He was a veterinarian and also a bacteriologist. Richard Shope have several undescribably important contributions to virology, to the bioweapons, to the world of biological weapons research.
Does that happen?
Okay, Mark, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's a little soft.
Sorry. for my cursing.
No, I think it's the. I think it's our. When I do a screen share from this PC, your audio drops off. So I'm going to try screen sharing from the other laptop.
Okay. Well, if the audience is cool, I will continue to discuss. So, after the flu, the big flu of 1918, that did kill quite a few people. The conventional wisdom at that time was the cause of that pandemic, that flu in 1918, was a bacterial pneumonia. Flus were generally understood to be bacterial at that time. But something didn't sit right with some people at the Rockefeller University. Now, did it not sit right because they didn't find bacteria? Because almost everyone who died of that flu actually had bacteria in their lungs. No, for some reason they felt as though, even though there was bacteria present, it must have been something else. And it was around that same time that some scientists were starting to get this idea of the virus particle, that there's something smaller than bacteria that can cause illness. Now, what lit up, for whatever reason, okay, and we can explore some of those reasons, Dr. Shope decided to take it upon himself to explore the real cause of the 1918 flu. And he had many hits and misses. And eventually, he came to discover the flu virus. And hence, because of that discovery, and I have a video that we can play. It's a very good presentation given several years ago about the legacy of Dr. Richard Shope. At first, he says, well, maybe it came from the pig, and then maybe it came from a bird, and the pig to the bird, and all these different scenarios he tried. Eventually, it's like, you know what? It must have been a virus. And out of that research came this story that even if people die of bacterial pneumonia, it starts off with a virus, right? So you don't have to worry about the bacteria anymore. Everyone's healthy, and the virus causes the bacteria to poof appear. So you need to be worried about viruses, not so much the bacteria. And of course, all of the deaths of the Spanish flu are blamed on a virus. Now, what are the consequences of this? Well, that was back in the 1930s, right? Is that over the next several decades, viruses went from, we think that there might be this thing called viruses, to some people taking it to the extent of almost all illness is from viruses. Cancers are viruses. If you have an infection, it starts off as a virus. Oh, viruses also conveniently happen to be the way to do gene therapy. Huh, how about that? Perhaps there was a little bit of a conflict of interest there. Now, going back to Dr. Shope. So in addition to being a mentor of Eric Traub, before Traub went back to Germany, and we know how influential Traub was to so many things, which have led to our current predicament and of the path of bioweapons over the next several decades. Was Dr. Shope part of a resolving a conflict that the Rockefeller Institute may have had? The Rockefeller Institute had provided several dozen or perhaps several hundred experimental vaccinations to U.S. servicemen at Fort Riley, Kansas, before they went off to fight. And quite a few of them got sick. They were made with horses, and the horses themselves may have also been sick. So, of course, it's the serum transfer. And that came back to being really part of Rockefeller medicine. Maybe Rockefeller medicine was not looking so good because several 100,000 U.S. servicemen died from the flu, which was an off-the-charts number. And quite a few were directly or indirectly connected to that vaccination program. So maybe the Rockefeller Institute had a conflict of interest, saying, this doesn't hold up that well. Also noteworthy is that it was a Dr. Gates, no connection to Bill Gates whatsoever, who was the scientist at the Rockefeller University who created the serum for those injections, and it was for typhoid. I forget exactly what they were trying to vaccinate against those servicemen at Fort Riley, and Fort Riley is considered also to be the epicenter, ground zero of the Spanish flu. Now that
Mark,
doctor
do you know what year they gave those injections?
1918, January 1918. And the death started in March of 1918. And then there was a little reprieve for a couple of months, and then things picked up in late August, September, October, which is huge. Flus usually just don't break out that early. That's just weird in and of itself. Now, I mentioned that other Dr. I think it's Lamont Gates, because a few years after that, he sadly died at the age of 39, slipping in the laboratory and hitting his head on the counter. So no further comment there. Now, Dr. Shope, in addition to being a bacteriologist, was also a veterinarian. And one of the benefits, if one is to be studying
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to take a short 1-minute break. I'm going to try playing the video, and maybe the video will still play, and then we'll stop a little bit and comment on it. All right, here we go. This is the video Mark wanted to share about Richard Shope.
Understanding. So I would like to welcome Russ Currier back to our podium.
Oh man, this is a kind of a semi-scripted talk. Thanks, Donna. I got that right here on my script. Thank you, Donna, for that kind introduction.
You assumed it would be?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. I said so. Dr. Shope went to University of Iowa. This takes like a minute or a couple of minutes, if I recall. I haven't watched this in probably almost a year now to get going. The audio is not great, but I think it's good enough, and the slides are shown full screen. I found a copy of this. I think it was on the University of Iowa website, and I put it onto YouTube back then. And I have copies on BitChute and Odyssey as well. Such an important person to understand. A couple of other things I just need to emphasize about Dr. Shope. This whole the surge of viruses are interesting. We can't see them. We don't even know what they do. Two, viruses cause all illness. That transition started really with this pinning of all of the Spanish flu on viruses. Also, as a veterinarian, the One Medicine movement was very much inspired by the work that Dr. Shope did. The One Medicine, One Health thing became what is now One Health. One Health is a huge component of the World Health Organization pandemic preparedness agenda. Again, viruses causing most of the damage in the world. Bacteria, matter of fact, bacteria are so inconsequential, we want to limit antibiotics. We only need to be worrying about bacteria or viruses. And viruses just they get created all the time. People move around. You know, they're leaping back and forth between species. They're constantly evolving and mutating. So we have no choice but to have total consolidated control over when to declare emergencies and to start injecting people with gene therapy to protect them against all these viruses. This a lot of this nonsense goes back to here. And matter of fact, it was Richard Shope's son, Robert Shope, who was the president of the One Health movement for several years, up until he died of natural causes a few years ago. So again, veterinarianism, the pinning of the Spanish flu on a virus, the One Health movement, the fact that he was the mentor to Eric Traub, he was that deep into it. His son Robert Shope, who's connected with so many other people, and also the part about this video that I love is it at some point you can actually sense it was a 5-ring circus trying to find a way to describe how the Spanish flu came from an animal. They just tried and they tried and they tried. And gosh darn it, they were not going to stop until they could blame it on an animal and blame it on a zoonotic event. Okay, so I'm not a terrain person. Viruses are real. You can freaking see them. But I have very skeptical thoughts about the roles of viruses being the cause of all disease. I think that they are vastly misunderstood. And a lot of it goes back to this 5-ring circus, trying to find ways to blame things on viruses when you can just freaking see the bacteria under the microscope. Anyways,
Well, you know,
so
Mark, think about it. Over $90 million is spent every year in Italy alone on antibiotics. And that's money that could go towards keeping us safe and effective against viruses.
There's probably times when antibiotics aren't needed. But there are teenagers who take it for acne.
Mm-hmm.
Look, unless you have life-threatening, and look, acne is horrible. I hate it. I hated having acne. A lot of people do. But unless it's life-threatening, deal with it. You can have a few bumps on your face when you grow up. Trust me. You'll find someone that'll love you for it. That's a bad use of antibiotics. But so they can be misused. But, they save lives. It is what it is. It's a very simple thing. Of course, having a good immune system means you probably need less antibiotics also. Anyways, so let it play, and just let it play for a little while. Let the audience get into the groove, and I will check people out on the different chats.
30-second comment before we roll the video. When you were talking about the video, you said there was a little bit of static on your mic, and I heard you talk about the school as the Bio University.
I'm sorry, the bio.
I heard you say the Iowa University instead of Iowa University.
Oh, I have to fix that. It's Iowa. I wonder why it's clipping.
There is no Iowa, to our subscribers. There is no Iowa University. It was a poor joke I tried to make. Okay, here we go with the video. There's no Iowa yet.
But before I even get into that, if you want some nice reading material, I've displayed a book called Zobiquity there on that center table. And I got interested in that book when I have a subscription to the Sunday New York Times. The Week in Review section had the front page of that section, 2/3 of it was on this book. And then it continued inside, and it was 2 full pages by Barbara Madison Horowitz and Catherine Bowers. One of them must have dated the editor there or something in years past, because they just went whole hog on that thing, and it's very, very good. I've met these gals on several occasions, and they're delightful and very accomplished, and you'll get a whole concept of one medicine, you might say, or one health. And she's just one of a few other key physicians that are working in that area. Let's talk just a little bit about One Health. A lot of people have a very narrow view of this and think it's just zoonotic disease, which is somewhere on here. Let me see. Well, it doesn't make any difference, but it really embraces all the major disciplines, now includes environmental health and plant health. And it's incredibly important that if something happens in one area, it's going to impact on others. So that comes to mind with one of the leaders in this movement, another physician, along with Barbara Natterson Horowitz, who I mentioned there, is Laura Kahn, who's just published a book in the last year on antimicrobials in livestock production. So that's I see zoonotic infections here now. So I mean, it's a big concept, and it's bigger than just zoonotic disease, let me say, and it even brings in evolutionary concepts, and it calls for interdisciplinary investigations and cooperation. So that just gives you some idea on that. Now, one of the things I want to inform you about is that this one medicine thing goes back for hundreds of years. And you might say it peaked in about the 19th century. There was a lot of collaboration between physicians and veterinarians. Many physicians were on the staff at veterinary colleges. In fact, the first veterinary college established in 1761 was staffed entirely by physicians. So, and it's kind of had a resurrection in just the last quarter century. But the most depressing minimal amount of effort in this area was actually in the interwar period of the first half of the 20th century, from about 1915 through 1945. There were two exceptions to that. Two exceptions. And here is the first of those two. This is Carl Friedrich Meyer. He was a veterinarian that was educated in Switzerland, and he accomplished just a number of major things. This is just a short list. It goes on, and he was, it's been said that if it wasn't for World War II, he probably would have been nominated for the Nobel Prize. So he was quite the guy. And you notice that there's MD after his name. We'll get to that in a minute. If you want some reviews, and I think these slides are accessible through Donna or somewhere, a nice bio was written by him for the National Academy of Sciences by Albert Sabin of polio vaccine fame. And there's a couple short, more recent pieces by Pospekol and Konigsbaum, if I got that right, in the last few years on him. Just a remarkable person. And it led to the awarding the Lasker Award, which we'll talk about. But he was an incredible guy. And, you know, he got into trouble during World War II. He was from the German part of Switzerland. And he had a heavy German accent. And he came under suspicion, you know, during the McCarthy era and what have you. He lost his security clearance and what have you. So with that approaching, he had gotten an honorary MD degree from the College of Medical Evangelists in Loma Linda, California, for his work on saving the canning industry of California from botulism, especially for olives and mushrooms. And so, in summary here, this is in bold type, Meyer was a veterinarian who masqueraded as a physician. The second person is the topic of today's lecture, and he was a physician who masqueraded as a veterinarian. Just a remarkable person. He was born December 25th. Of course, we all recognize that, don't we, as Christmas Day. And I would like to read a paragraph very quickly from his daughter's term paper in high school in 1952. Largely dictated by Dr. Scholl. Christmas Eve night of the year 1901 was cold and snowy outside, but inside the Scholl house at Riverview Street, Des Moines, Iowa, all was warm and cozy. There was a blazing fire in the old fireplace, but the only two taking advantage of it were Dr. Charles Cornelius Schultz, prominent physician in Des Moines, and Julia Anderson, the maid. Both were quite nervous, though, for Mrs. Mary Schultz was expected to bear her first child that night. At 5 o'clock in the morning of December 25th, Dr. Walston, the family doctor, appeared and announced that the Schultz' first child was a long, skinny boy. A few days later, Dr. Walston, who examined Richard Edwin, said that he was jaundiced and would probably not live. However, Richard did pull through, and at 5 months, he weighed 17 pounds. He began to walk at the age of 9.5 months. So that's a little bit about his birth. He went up to Iowa State College to enroll in a course in forestry, but the office was closed. So, and this is true. He hopped a freight train for Iowa City and enrolled in pre-medical studies here, and became quite the medical student. There he is as a student athlete, both in varsity football and for track and field. He ran the 440 in the hurdles, and did quite well in those areas. He entered the college after 2 years of pre-med. This is also his daughter Nancy's term baby. While in medical school, he was expelled for writing a makeup example in physical chemistry for a classmate. His period of expulsion lasted for his Christmas vacation, so that the only actual penalty turned out to be a failure in the course, despite straight A grades throughout the semester. He was also made ineligible for 1 year from competing in football and track. Furthermore, he was required to make up his course in physical chemistry during the summer between his freshman and sophomore years. The remainder of his medical school career was without serious consequence. His grades were good, and in his senior year, he was elected to Alpha Omega Alpha, the honorary medical fraternity. He was also chosen president of the senior class and overall University of Iowa president. So he was quite the man. One of the things that he had to do, he was about 16, maybe going on 17 when he got here. There was compulsory to be the same as ROTC today. It was called SATC. And so he was put in a special group of boys called the Saturday, Saturday afternoon tea club, I think, for SATC. And did fairly well there. So, and in the year 1918, which includes this period, of course, several of those boys in that quasi-military group died from the influenza. So it was pretty serious stuff. He remained in Iowa. It's been said that medical schools are monsters that devour their own young. That was particularly true here in Iowa, because he immediately went on staff here and taught pharmacology and did research on tuberculosis. And then he was got a call from Dr. Paul Lewis. He was referred by his pharmacology professor to come to Princeton and work with Paul Lewis. Paul Lewis was the one of the two, you might say, first scientists to work with the polio virus. But he had this research on animal diseases and that sort of thing. The other thing is he got married here.
That's a good point to add.
Of Wineville, Iowa.
So Paul Lewis, let's see here. That's a again, another lesser known name. You have to go back in history for that. He was an American pathologist, associate member of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, best known on his work in viral and bacterial pathology. As one of the early researchers in polio, again, there was no ability to see polio at that time. There's no ability to see any virus in the 1920s. So they were really tracking down. Animals or people were being identified as having polio based upon symptoms. And what were they really looking at? Were they just looking at some other type of injury as a result of medical, as a medical exercise? We don't know. But his passing in 1929, noteworthy, is he was on a research trip in Brazil, and a mosquito with yellow fever escaped from the lab and bit him. And he died shortly afterwards in Brazil. At he was only 50 years old when he died of that aggressive yellow fever, mosquito with yellow fever that I guess broke out of the cage to kill him. There's a lot of very odd, untimely deaths when you're studying the history of
Biology.
virology and bacteriology over the last 100-something years. It's nothing new. Well, maybe some of it should be expected. You're working around germs. It's a dangerous job, but I don't know. Just putting that one out there. Anyways, so he was Lewis was an early mentor of Dr. Shope. So continue, please.
All right.
Whose father was a physician, and actually Richard Shope did the practices for both his father's father-in-law during the summers when they were on vacation. He made extra money that way. And what was really interesting is that he met his wife it was raining hard, and she'd come to the overhang on their rooming house, and he thought it was his girlfriend at the time. And so he went out and realized it wasn't, but he obviously liked what he saw. He asked her out the following Saturday, and 7 months later they were married. And then they took that big trip east. That trip took 8 days in that $35 jalopy, and it was covered with graffiti, and someplace, I think it was West Virginia or Pennsylvania, it was a crank start. There was no electric starter, and you couldn't get it started. And someone, a crowd of spectators came around there and watched that, and they said, well, it says here, painted right on your car to shake before starting. So he shook the car, and a quarter of a turn later, it took off. So that, things improved after that. So as he was working on hog cholera at that time, Dr. Charles Murray, a professor over at Ames, asked him, why don't you look into something we don't know anything about, hog flu? And Shope realized that if he could find the cause of hog flu, it might be the answer to human flu too. And he received assistance from a practicing veterinarian here in Iowa City, Dr. Fred Crow. And the whole thing about the swine connection was very controversial. The Cedar Rapids had a national swine show last few days of September, early October, and there had been influenza-like illness in west central Illinois in August. Well, when you bring all these pigs in, lo and behold, it really took off. And this show was actually shut down early because of that. At any rate, the fellow by Dr. Cohen, this is actually on two sides, he says, I have no apologies to offer of my diagnosis of flu. Last fall, we were confronted with a new condition, if not a new disease. This was never in swine textbooks. I believe I have as much to support this diagnosis in pigs as physicians have to support a similar diagnosis in man. The similarity of the epidemic among people and epizootic among the pigs was so close, the reports so frequent, that the outbreak in the family would be followed immediately by an outbreak among the hogs. Striking coincidence. It looked like flu, it presented identical symptoms of flu, it terminated like flu, until proved it was not flu. I shall stand by that diagnosis. And that statement is in every paper on the history of influenza.
All right, so there was an outbreak as they were having these farm shows in Iowa. not that far from Kansas, of these hogs, of these pigs dying of flu-like symptoms. They had, I believe they were being diagnosed with the bacteria as well. And it was being suggested that, look, if you can understand the flu of these animals, well, then maybe you can understand the flu that was impacting the troops. I keep reminding people, most of the people that died of the Spanish flu were troops. Most. Men ages 18 to 40, usually pretty healthy, unless they get an mRNA jab. Usually the healthiest group. Now, yes, they can be taxed in battle, nutritionally starved, stress, etc. But why were so many dying at that time? Now, as my other shows, as I have a whole bunch of shows that have demonstrated, there was a lot of animal flu dying in between years 1914, 1917, 1918. Many animals were being transported on boats. The boats had horrible ventilation conditions at that time. You think in 1916 boat technology. It's not like being on a Carnival cruise. There's no air conditioning. There's not a lot of recirculated air. Then they were put into tight quarters, and sometimes up to a quarter or more even of all the animals that went onto an animal were dead of the flu by the time they got off the boat. They call that the shipping flu. And so you have all these animals in close quarters, bad ventilation systems, and very easy. Bacteria is not very racist, right? Or speciesist. If it can live in the lungs of one animal, it could probably live in the lungs of another animal. And it just so happens that the worst case of flu of people in the United States happens to be that year, 1918, and happens to be the same time you have all of these troops being put on the boats with animals, because they were shipping almost as many animals as they were troops. There were no cars. There's no Apache helicopters. The men were being shoved into the same freight trains and the same boats as these animals, and many of these animals, if they weren't dead by the time their ships arrived, many of them were sick when they got off those boats. So here we are, late 1918. Most of the equestrian training was done in Kansas, and there were a lot of breakouts of the Spanish flu in Kansas. You had a certain percentage of sick animals in Kansas and troops getting sick there and then being sent off to war. And here we are studying hog flu in Iowa. That's what Dr. Shope was researching. So that's the setup for the situation. Late 1918, if you can understand the hog flu, then you can understand the human flu. And actually, up until that point, so far, so good. Because maybe some of those hogs had gotten sick from the transport that they had been on from other animals. Totally possible, actually extremely plausible up until this point. And this is where things start to go off the rails. All right, so thank you for pausing, and please continue. Any questions, by the way?
Oh, no, not yet.
Okay, good. Thank you.
But it's very, very good. So, Shope had a natural interest in that. Before we go on, I want to talk just briefly about Theobald Smith, because he was at the Rockefeller Center heading up this research in the final years of his long and productive career. But he worked originally, he was a physician that originally worked for the Bureau of Animal Industry in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And he headed up the team under Daniel Salmon, that's who the genus Salmonella is named after, to look at Texas cattle fever. And this was needed a lot of work, and it was spreading, and it was a major problem with livestock production. And he worked with another veterinarian by Fred Kilborn and Cooper Curtis, who was both a veterinarian and a physician, and a crackerjack parasitologist. But they had worked out that indeed it was tick transmitted. It was a protozoan by the name of Babesia bigemina. Boy, I have some trouble with these. And it was transmitted by a tick called Boophilus annulatus. But this, I think, came out at around 1892, this report. And this opened up the whole field of inquiry of thinking about arthropods as vectoring disease. And so the work on malaria, Walter Reed on yellow fever and his team, and on plague, on being flea transmitted, was enabled by this. So this was really groundbreaking work.
Hey, whoa. Yeah. So what kind of stuff was in Eric Traub's refrigerator? Was it stuff they found in Asia? We're talking about tick-borne or arthropod or tick transmitted diseases here. We're talking about Babesia and Babesia bartonella. It sounds like a good Italian restaurant. But trust me, it's not something you want to eat. That is another type of illness which is transmitted by ticks. Many of these illnesses, a few years later, found their way into the early days of the Rocky Mountain Laboratory, which was founded, actually, I think, in the early 1920s, studying these illnesses. Some of this stuff was found in ticks in animals. So that, again, you have a situation where it's an unnatural situation. When we put people and animals, when we grow crops in condensed or unnatural situations, guess what? Illnesses can happen. Makes total sense. Not all the stuff that they talk about in this one health, one medicine doctrine is baloney. This makes a lot of sense. So you have animals living closely. You have potentially new insects there, and then an increase of disease. Totally expected. And then you can once you understand it, you can take precautions to it. But this Theobald Smith is studying these tick-borne illnesses, which not too long afterwards, they were researching in the Rocky Mountain Laboratory. And think of these connections. Theobald Smith, the mentoring of Shope. And who does Shope mentor? Eric Traub. Did Eric Traub pre-pack the refrigerator to go over to Germany before, did they really find stuff in Ukraine? Or was it all stuff that was found in North America? And this whole thing of, Traub came back as a Nazi paperclip. Well, he might have simply taken the U.S. biowarfare program to Germany. Maybe not all of it, maybe some of it. These are questions you have to go back a little bit further in history, but it really should encourage people to revisit the one-way traffic of the paperclip program. Surely, yes, there were quite a few legitimate German, Eastern European scientists who came to the United States after the fact. Some might have been more diplomat than scientists, but there was a lot of stuff, maybe even the germs themselves that were found in horses in Texas and Iowa and who knows where else, that might have been part of that found their way to Eric Traub. So, because again, if you want to test all this nasty stuff on people, I have to just tell you, this is the ugliest part of World War II. Okay. And if you can really see this, you can really understand the current predicament. If you really want to test tick-borne illnesses, you need to test it on people. And if you really want to advance that science, you need a captive population. You need prisoners. You need concentration camps. And Germany had concentration camps. And notice how many pharma companies threw their money towards Hitler because they knew they had a population of people that were boxed up. And you know what? When they're done with them, you destroy the evidence. You gas them and you burn them. That's the ugliest truth about World War II. I have no question Hitler was crazy. But it wasn't just a couple crazy German people that made all that possible. It was sanctioned on a much bigger level. And what do we have right now? Well, now we just opened up the whole world's population for genetic testing. Guess what? Almost the same people. Matter of fact, the World Health Organization wants to sign off on the One Health agenda right now, which is what we're talking about with the Shope family. Now, Shope might have been a well-meaning physician masquerading as a veterinarian who probably might, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was coming from the right place. But his master and his paycheck was coming from the Rockefeller, which is not many steps behind this whole ugliness. Anyways, this is, I know it's a lot of history revisitation here, but it's my belief, the more I dig, that there was a whole lot more money and sign off on the taking of prisoners and concentration camps to be used for forced labor, for dangerous things like uranium enrichment, as well as medical experimentation. Mengele is well known for cutting and removing limbs and attaching them. Nobody thinks about the vaccination angle, though, and all that other bioweapon research. Anyways, thank you for pausing. Sorry to talk about some dark stuff, but you can really start to see it when you go back just a few years beforehand.
Well, like I told George in yesterday's noon segment, Mengele came from a long, long line of mad scientists, including many in the Savoy region, the House of Savoy. They had more than their fair share of mad scientists and doing really strange things to chimpanzees. And well, I won't get into. I want to go back to the video, but now why did I bring that up? I'll think about it while we play the video.
Sure. The video will finish before the end of the show. We'll have some time to recap about 20, 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
Thank you.
But obviously the presenter, Russell W. Currier, who's currently with the American Veterinary Society, has a very high opinion of Shope.
The animal industry was so effective that the U.S. Public Health Service Marine Hospital said that, we need a laboratory too. They patented it after the one in agriculture.
I'm sorry.
Today is the national.
I'm having trouble.
That's okay.
Sharing
That's okay. We're all cool. Take your time.
Opened up the whole field of inquiry of thinking about arthropods as vectoring disease. And so the work on malaria, Walter Reed on yellow fever and his team, and on plague, on being flea transmitted, was enabled by this. So this was really groundbreaking work. And that veterinary laboratory at the Bureau of Animal Industry was so effective that the U.S. Public Health Service Marine Hospital said that, we need a laboratory too. They patented it after the one in agriculture. What today is the National Institutes of Health. So Richard Shope had two inspirational figures. One was Paul Lewis, who later, shortly after the work here of isolating the flu virus, went down to work on yellow fever in Brazil, caught it in the laboratory and died just after a few days of illness. So Paul Lewis was a very unfortunate thing. So the really big event occurred in 1930, and Shope was, along with a fellow by the name of Laidlaw from Britain, to connect swine flu to the 1918 pandemic strain. This is a little bit about Paul Lewis that I forgot about, but anyway, he worked with a fellow by the name of Simon Flexner to find a vaccine for polio. And they had one that would be protective in monkeys. And Simon Flexner was the brother of Abraham Flexner, who did the study at the medical schools, particularly here in Iowa, among others, to improve education and pattern after the Johns Hopkins model. And as Jim Hansen told me, I was trying to discuss this with him. He says, well, look, Russ, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, Johns Hopkins was an example of a good medical school. The University of Iowa is an example of a bad medical school. So it really changed things around here, but that would be the brother of Simon Flexner. Now, one of the real problems, Shope had 3 sons and a daughter, and the oldest son, Richard Jr., became a veterinarian, and the second son, Robert Shope, became an arbovirologist who was charismatic and almost, people talked about him in reverential tones. He was very effective and isolated a number of new viruses and so forth. But here's our friendly New England Journal of Medicine, with those eagle-eye editors, they said the breakthrough came in 1931 when Robert Shope, a veterinarian, transmitted the infectious agent of swine influenza. Well, first of all, the name's wrong. It should read Richard Shope, and he was a physician, not a veterinarian. So, and then what Dick Shope did, he worked with a British team that was looking at this too. They had been doing research with ferrets on distemper, which is very important, as you know, on dogs, but several other species as well. So they had this colony of ferrets and got interested in this, and they tried to infect ferrets intranasally and could not do it. And I think Shope suggested that they anesthetize them and instill that infective material with virus deeper, and they got infection over time. And ferrets now are identified as being exquisitely susceptible to all influenza strains. And they adapted it to them, run it through 100 times, then into mouse, and you can see the serial thing, and finally got it to grow in pigs, enabling the vaccine that came out when I think the late 40s. But that was quite an accomplishment. And here is Shope. One of his names is identified with Shope fibroma and also Shope papilloma. And here's an example of the an artist's rendition of the papilloma, and it almost looks like they have horns. Taxidermists had a ball with these things. What they would do is get jackrabbits, the taxidermists would, and attach antelope horns and pheasant wings on the side and call them flying jackalopes. They were a postcard entity of Walt Rugged.
This is a curious topic. So there had been legends of little rabbits, little jackrabbits with horns on them, like elk horns, some sort of genetic, they wouldn't have used that word, but some sort of mutant or hybrid. And they were very rare, but I guess they did happen. And there are a few pictures out there of rabbits in North America with, like hard things growing out of their nose, mouth area. And it certainly didn't look like that. Okay. It just looked like they had a very bad accident and something started to grow there. Now, but this attracted the attention of physicians and veterinarians. And this attention was being grabbed at the same time that they were exploring the possibility that there could be something causing these mutations that they couldn't see yet on the microscope. Could not see it. They didn't have the electron microscopes at the time. So they would filter it. They wouldn't see anything swimming around. Clearly no cells left, but when they were transferring their whatever it is, their serums, their extracts from here to there, they said, wow, something must be transmitting. So there must be some sort of life form that's smaller than bacteria that can do this. And that's where they started to use the word. They called whatever was in those that filtered solution the virus. And eventually this mutation, this oddity of these jackrabbits with the horns on them were said to suffer from something called the Shope papilloma virus, a virus that the jackrabbits would contract, and it would cause them to start growing, calloused or horned type things out of their face. And yes, as the presenter here jokes, the taxidermist at the time would literally just find dead jackrabbits and splice horns onto them and sell them as authentic, when in reality that didn't happen. But you can find a bunch of research about this, and again, it's this curious thing of no one really studied the possibility of bacteria causing mutations, but this fascination of viruses, something we couldn't see, and a mutation of an animal kind of happened at the same time, coincidentally or for who knows what reason. So Shope's name was attached to what is blamed as a virus, which causes this mutation. And as we've been saying, viruses are now associated with gene therapy, the tool to use for gene therapy, for genetic modification of animals to cause animals to express proteins on demand by design. So there's this alliance between all of these fields, and it goes back to one of the common things. Again, this weird jackrabbit, poor little jackrabbits with horns growing out of their heads, probably so uncomfortable they could barely eat. And this is the artist's rendering of it. Continue. Oh, no sound.
Okay, sorry. A little bit of aerospace and defense trivia here.
Please.
In the Antelope Valley, north of Los Angeles, there was a group of test pilots that called themselves the Flying Jackalopes. And they took Izod. Remember the Izod shirts that had the little crocodile? They would take the little crocodile off of the Izods and replace them with these small flying jackalopes. But I'll get back to the video now.
Another cultural reference. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that.
I'm gonna go back and see if any of those pilots had parents in the biological laboratory business. Okay, here we go. Back to the video.
Places like that out west. The next thing is that this actually helped with the development of Gardasil vaccine. I have a clip that picture of that bunny rabbit there is from a New York Times article, which I have here. And I'll just read you the first two sentences. It says, nuns and Jews, cowwarts and rabbit horns. The common link, they are all crucial elements in the search for the world's newest vaccine. And I won't get into all the detail on that, but Schultz's work was foundational in terms of dealing with that. So very, very important. And I've self-identified myself as being ADHD, so I don't have all these slides necessarily in sequence. But I don't know if how many people have seen this photo before? One. This is Camp Dodge, Iowa, during World War I. And there were 18,000 men grouped there to form the Statue of Liberty. That was a very, very active base at the time. And they had an influenza episode there in the fall. And one of the interesting things, and Sean pointed this out in a review article, which I'll be talking about a little bit later, but they were struck, the 2nd Infantry Regiment was in Hawaii in the spring. In June, were affected by the first wave of that flu. That was actually, so to speak, nature's vaccine strain. They were transferred to Camp Dodge in August. And then in September, October, they almost needed trucks or something to cart away dead soldiers because it killed 6.8%. But virtually none of the men in Hawaii in June became ill with this 1918 thing. In subsequent research, when Schultz got to really working with this, he had a mild case of influenza in swine. And he gave that a term, a name called filtrate disease. And then he finally discovered that they also needed a co-pathogen called Haemophilus influenzae suis. And this was then the full-blown flu, in which they had this funny whooping type breathing called thumping. Pigs who were affected by this were called thumpers. So he basically identified what a complicated thing it was. And up to this time, the human influenza was assumed to be due to Loeffler's bacillus or Haemophilus influenzae, of a little different strain. But Schultz was a student, certainly, of the disease. I meant Pfeiffer's bacillus. Did I say Loeffler's? Pfeiffer's, yeah, I got that wrong. So anyway, one of the things that really puzzled Schultz was that there was just no hog flu almost all year round. And then the first cold wave of weather in the autumn each year, which was a stressor, these swine would just all break out with this disease. So how did it occur? How did it maintain itself? And this is where he went down somewhat of a controversial thing. And he postulated that lungworms that swine are affected by lay eggs in small bronchioles that are coughed up and swallowed, go out with the feces. The eggs are consumed by earthworms. And later, the worms are eaten by pigs. Delicacy for them, and pass through the stomach into and then they come out. They go through 3 stages in the earthworm, and 2 stages in the swine as they're migrating back to the respiratory system to complete the cycle. This cycle was never fully confirmed, and I, for some reason, put
Can you go back? I want to reread that slide because it's audio is not great, but review it for the audience. So
You want me to read it?
Yeah, you could. So this is the postulate. This was his first postulate of what was causing these hogs to break out with influenza.
Okay. The lungworm earthworm nexus. Shaw postulated that lungworms lay eggs in small bronchioles that are coughed up and swallowed to go out with feces and then eggs are consumed by earthworms, and later the earthworms were eaten by the pigs, passed through the stomach into the lymphatics and circulatory system, completing the cycle. This postulated cycle was never fully confirmed, and improved swine husbandry rendered it almost a moot point.
So this was not accepted as the explanation, but this was, again, this is what he tried first. This was the first explanation. So, it was very simple. Of okay, so, why were the pigs, having more breakouts in a particular year from the bacteria? So they're trying to find another explanation for that. At this time, and it's sort of a convoluted explanation. I mean, maybe, but again, so if you keep playing, you'll see that there's additional convoluted explanations until eventually, I think they traced it back to birds, with pigs as a vector, and then to people. This is all new stuff. By all of this, diseases hopping around between the animals. This is something that really hadn't been explored like this, ultimately as a cause of human illness, at least not like this before. And this thing is really picking up steam right now.
Okay, go ahead with the video.
Yes, please.
State that's sometimes used, where you can't isolate it on no matter how many earthworms you grind up. Well, Christopher Andrews, who isolated the first human influenza virus, and he and Schultz became just very good friends. And they traveled back and forth across the ocean to see each other. In fact, Schultz took him up to Woman Lake, Minnesota, where his family's cabin is, and worked with those. Anyway, Andrews and co-investigators Smith, Wilson, and Laidlaw were later knighted for this accomplishment. In those years, too, Schultz basically said that the human and swine influenza were remarkably the same and had a linkage. He also worked with some other things, mad itch or pseudo rabies, which we've heard about because of the program with the Iowa Department of Agriculture to eliminate that. But generally, it's a mild disease, not of major consequence, at least in older swine, but they still got rid of it. But in cattle, it just is devastating. And he showed that in the first big swine diseases textbook called Dunn's Swine, by an editor by the name of Dunn. He wrote the chapter on both influenza, Schultz did, and probably the second two, as well as this pseudo rabies. So he was quite the guy, and that's where a lot of the emphasis from his work identified him as being a veterinarian. He also worked with swine pox here and showed it could be, although not necessarily, transmitted by the agency of swine lice. On viruses and cancer, we've already talked a little bit about this. I'm jumping around a bit. This changed though, and domestic rabbits is fairly serious. It was rare in wild rabbits. And he got busy with other work, and he gave that work to a fellow by the name of Francis Peyton Rouse. And he'd been working with chickens, sarcomas in chickens, and his work from the handoff work from Scholl enabled him to get the Nobel Prize. Rouse had been nominated for this both before and after World War II. I think he finally got it in '66. Probably Scholl was no longer alive. But he was tied with someone else as being the oldest recipient to receive the Nobel Prize in medicine. Anyway,
that's a good.
The 1940s, of course.
So what they just mentioned there was the connections of viruses and cancer, something which goes back to the study of the jackrabbit, the horned jackrabbit. With the what they now call the SHOP papilloma virus. So, if a virus can cause a genetic mutation, or a tumor is a cancer. How do you know it's a virus and not a bacteria? Well, they had this technology, and give me some rope here. I'm not going to use. Not being a virologist, I can't use probably the best way to describe this, but when the blood is removed from one animal that is said to have the illness, they have filtering technology where they can remove what they believe to be all cells or fragments of cells, all bacteria, through superfine filters. You can look at it on a microscope, see if there's any bacteria left, and if you can't see any visually with the technology they had at the time, well, it was assumed that, there's probably more left in here than just water or dirty water or whatever it was. There must be some sort of super tiny type of bacteria, something we can't describe yet. And they were studying the transmissibility of these cancers, these tumors between animals. And it was back at this time. Now we're in the 1920s, 1930s. All right, actually mid 1920s, and there is gaining the momentum of the belief that there's some super tiny pathogen that you can't quite see yet that causes cancers and maybe causes the transmissibility of cancers. Now, when they were isolating that, what were they isolating? Did they really isolate it down to like one specific virus? I'm going to say no. There were probably all kinds of viruses and all kinds of other, botulism, and who knows what else was in whatever had been filtered out. All we know is that there's no bacteria. And then based upon the symptoms, which seem to be passed from one to the other, they would eventually name the serums based upon whatever that it caused. So you have this, were they doing real science? Yes. But the state of the art of science, of measuring, was very limited at that time. But at the same time, they are building real axioms, which have stood true ever since. The axiom that the flu is a virus, and the virus is what gives you the pneumonia, it goes back to this time. It goes back to this research that Schopp had done. Even though you can die of bacterial pneumonia without a virus, anyways. And yes, what was the bioweapons? What did the bioweapons become? When they were shutting down the Cancer Institute? It was the virus cancer program, the special virus cancer program. This belief that there's viruses that can cause mutations. That's what they threw all their money at. And what's HIV? It's a virus that can cause immune deficiencies and even provide the ability for to cause cancers. Goes way back to whatever it was these guys were working on. anyways, so I just wanted to highlight the virus cancer link. No one had really talked about bacteria cancers. It was, but the virus cancers, that link was being discussed openly all the way back in the 1920s.
Well, I didn't know it went back that far.
Yeah.
So should we proceed with the video?
Yeah, continue. Just and now you'll never look at the horned jackrabbit the same way.
That's for sure.
World War II happens, and Shope was assimilated into the Navy. And the first thing the Navy did was assign him to the Army on a special project to develop a rinderpest vaccine. This is cattle plague, and the rinderpest is the takeoff of the German word. It was a joint Canadian-U.S. project on Grosse Isle in the St. Lawrence River. And it took them 19 months, but here they adapted that virus into hen's eggs, and it was protective against that. Later in the 1950s, a Dr. Walter Plowright, using bovine kidney cells, developed a vaccine that was improved. It was so improved that it really enabled the eradication of rinderpest, which was a big problem with African livestock. And he was honored. I went to this ceremony in Hoyt Sherman in Des Moines in 1999. He received the World Food Prize for that work. Well, after that project on rinderpest was done, he was transferred back to the Navy. He was transferred to Guam and Okinawa after the salt began, and started to study tropical diseases. And he had a curious thing happen to him. He found a mole growing on the covering of his wife's photograph on his desk. And he scratched off some of that and grew it and found that trying to recall the name of the, doesn't make any difference, but it was a mold. And it had in vivo antiviral properties, and he named it after his wife, Helene. It was a nuclear protein that stimulated interferon protection. In fact, the journal CA, if any of you wanted to look that up, it's a 2-page article here that talks about that. And there was an interesting quote. Got to find it, of course, here, because I'm getting off script. Here's the paragraph from it. Dr. Shope's discovery of helanine and its antiviral effects might be considered an accident, but for the creative mind, discovery is never completely an accident. It is the mind which finds the significance in the insignificant, mystery in the commonplace. A scientific achievement is in reality the next logical step in the never-ending process of adding one new observation to another, building on those that have been made before. So it was quite the deal. When he got back, he got busy and developed an effective vaccine to a South American rabbit disease that was deliberately introduced into Great Britain. You know, I don't know if you're aware of this, but if you get to certain insular settings, rabbits just take off. We all think of Australia, but when I was in the Army, I went to Puget Sound on exercises to, what do they call those islands in Puget Sound? I can't remember, but
San Juan.
Yeah, San Juan, Friday Harbor. Yeah, I went there and drove a Jeep around and what have you. And our commanding officer says, you can't step anywhere on this island without stepping on rabbit raisins. You know, it was just that bad. I got back for a visit a few years ago, and I asked the gal, a clerk in the store, it was kind of interesting. She said, yeah, I grew up here and we just ate a lot of rabbit. She says, I didn't mind, you know, because there were just so many. But when they start burrowing into fields, and that's like gophers in southern Minnesota, you know, it can affect farm equipment and what have you. Well, this virus got into France, where they had domestic rabbitries for food use, meat production. And the vaccine that he developed for this actually saved the French rabbit industry. He also, in the 1950s, isolated a second benign tumor virus. He also was the first to isolate and identify the hemorrhagic disease virus of deer. And in our southern counties every year, especially if it's a hot, semi-dry year, hemorrhagic, and the flies just come out. And
Good time to pause.
Deer.
So, of course, hemorrhagic disease in deer sounds awful lot like the possibility that, Texas, Kansas, Iowa hemorrhagic fever is a lot like Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. But there's a paragraph in here from the wiki I have to read because I didn't think that on this viewing, I don't think the presentation does as sharp enough job as it could with highlighting this. So I'm going to read this one paragraph. In 1931, Shope worked as a researcher and together with Dr. Paul Adlon Lewis at Rockefeller University. In 1931, Shope worked as researcher and together with Paul Adlon Lewis at Rockefeller University discovered that the cause of the swine flu was virtually identical to Bacillus influenza, a bacteria that had in 1892 been identified as the cause for human influenza. Shope and Lewis went on to identify a virus that also had links to influenza, putting into doubt the thesis that the flu was caused by a bacterial infection. Soon after this controversial discovery, Lewis traveled to Brazil to study an outbreak of yellow fever. The 28-year-old Shope had put himself forward for this research trip, but this offer was refused by Lewis. Instead, Shope continued to research swine flu. Lewis did not return from the research trip. He died of yellow fever infection brought about by a laboratory accident. So, two people got the ball rolling on the flu, possibly, in humans, being caused by a virus and not a bacteria. One was Robert Shope. Richard Shope, I keep saying Robert, sorry. His son is a very important person too. And the other one was Paul Lewis. Paul Lewis died right afterwards in a lab accident. And ever since then, we have the narrative that the 1918 flu probably traces back to a virus. And the numbers slowly inflated from 3 million to 5 million to 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, 25 million, 50 million. And sometimes Fauci says 100 million, and population adjusted 200 million people have been killed in the 1918 flu of a virus. And that's why we need the World Health Organization to have all of this surveillance capabilities, because these viruses at any moment can leap from a silkworm or a pig or a bird or a bat or something else, find a way to a human. And that's what's going to happen if we don't have the vaccine for that virus. This is the momentum. All right. So, and every time it seems as though a researcher shows that, there's many other causes for that flu that don't seem to trace to a zoonotic event. Dr. Anthony Fauci of the NIAID, which, by the way, controls that Rocky Mountain laboratory that I mentioned that did all those tick experiments. The Rocky Mountain laboratory is under Fauci's control, another bioweapons lab. Suddenly they will say, time to go up to Alaska and to dig up some frozen dead Native American corpses to show that they had some mutant virus in 1916, which probably caused the Spanish flu. There's always, they will never stop. They will never miss an opportunity to go one step backwards to always show that thing was caused by a virus. And as soon as that gets upset, they'll just go one step further back. I'm not sure that they ever were able. They never actually did find the Spanish flu virus. They never found it. They found some, and hence I wear my big Indian hat today. They found some dead Native Americans with some protein fragments that they said probably had the Spanish flu. And from that, they've reconstructed what they claim to be the Spanish flu, now in a lab. It's basically medical misinformation to suggest that they did not find a way. They did not prove this. It's a very upsetting narrative, and to me, it's very obvious what's going on. Many people died in 1918. Many troops in several countries of conditions which were not well understood. Some troops went home and wound up, the whole family wound up getting sick and dying. So this is not a joke. These casualties were real. The losses were real. And I think we do all of them a horrible disservice by overinflating it and only using it as a basis for a misunderstanding to fuel this one world government via biosurveillance, rooted in the World Health Organization and the One Health model. Anyways, I didn't think the presenter did a good enough job. Maybe it was unintentional. Maybe it was intentional, and really hitting home on that. And how curious it is that of the two people that put forward that research, one of them died of a lab accident right afterwards. Sort of like the Dr. Gates died of a lab accident, slipping and falling, breaking his head open. Also, probably right around the same time. Because he had been involved in the development of those experimental vaccines made of horses that killed a bunch of troops, or at least made a bunch of troops sick at Fort Riley, Kansas in early 1918. Thank you, John.
Okay, let's go back to the video.
Yeah, we got 30 minutes left. I forget I didn't watch this. I've never actually watched the second half. There was just so much to digest in the first half, but let it play. I'm hopefully the audience is enjoying this.
They get this disease and it's very often fatal. Really, really bad news. So he had really worked across the board. So later, when Rockefeller closed the Princeton branch,
Uh-oh.
from the institute.
I'm sorry.
And lived that way.
You hear it?
Later died from pulmonary fibroma in 1966. And during his lifetime, he had two serious illnesses. One is lymphocytic choroidal meningitis, which would be a small rodent type disease, and also Eastern equine encephalitis. That's not one I ever want to get. The human fatality rate, I believe, is 40 to 50% for Eastern equine. So he had plenty of neurons, so maybe lost a few on that. But anyway, I'm sure it wasn't a pleasant experience. If you want to embellish yourself with some readings, in the wake of the 1957 Asian flu, he wrote a review paper and he focused on 3 pandemics, and in his introductory paragraphs, he discusses a little bit about the Asian flu. He talks about the 19th episode and a couple in the 19th century. And that many articles in that issue are dedicated to that Asian flu, which, if you don't know, was seeded into the United States of America from Grinnell, Iowa. The Presbyterian Youth Camp had a big conference there with over 1,700 people. And it was written up by me in Veterinary Heritage. So get yourself a copy of this. I got to plug myself here. I'm sorry. At any rate, what happened is a student from Davis went to a state conference, Presbyterian, I guess, you just can't trust those Calvinists. But anyway, he had flu, and so he got there, and it just spread like wildfire. And several of those teenagers were hospitalized in Grinnell. And then everyone got on the buses, a few cars, and trains, and fanned out over the rest of the country. That was in June. And what they did was infect their siblings when they got home, who then went to Valley Forge, where 58,000 youngsters were at the Boy Scout National Jamboree. And that seeded the virus into the U.S. in really by August and early September. It actually peaked in October. So by the time they got the vaccine and got ready to go, it was too late. It didn't do any good. So that's reviewed in subsequent papers or in the Iowa Heritage thing, if you'd care to take a look at it. Sir Christopher Andrews was very close to Dick Shope. And they did part company on the lungworm theory. He made the comment, look, Dick, basically the earthworm, Elabophora, is not native to North America, and neither were pigs. And the swine virus just evolved, and almost overnight, you're saying by evolution that these three are linked in a complex cycle. He just couldn't believe it. And Dick Shope had given him a can of earthworms to take back to England, and he couldn't infect pigs there with them. So it was controversial, but I can say with a fair degree of confidence that Dr. Shope adhered to that theory. And even though it was somewhat of a moot point, his husbandry changes and what have you. But anyway, here's a kind of a touching tribute. He received many honors. He was elected to the American Philosophical Society, National Academy of Sciences, received honorary degrees from the University of Utrecht, which was a DVM in that case. So he could have been the reverse of K.F. Meyer. And then I don't know, I was listed here. I contacted the dean here last week at the veterinary college. I would have bet next month's Social Security check against $5 that Iowa State Veterinary College conferred a honorary DVM on. They haven't. So I was just crushed by learning that. So he was, but the important one is on the bottom. That Lasker Award is America's Nobels, if you will, and a high proportion of people who get the Lasker Award go on and get the Nobel Award. Here's a little tribute from an editorial of the Journal of the American Vet Association with the Colbert Medal. And it says the second time this award has been given to a physician for contributions to the health of domesticated animals. The previous recipient was Dr. Theobald Smith, who we visited about earlier in this talk. Peyton Rousseau gave a really touching thing. He says, I don't know if he might have been deceased by this time, I'm not sure. No, he was there, yeah. Dr. Shope's theme throughout his scientific life has been the meaning of animal diseases for mankind, though he would never say so. Yet not alone from this theme has he drawn his wisdom and strength. He knows human nature well. How does he value his fellow creatures, including ourselves, much as he does the lower animals, with understanding, indulgence, humor, and love. So as an epilogue, I just want to inventory the family. Of course, we've already talked about Richard and Helen Shope. They had 4 kids. Dick Jr. was a veterinarian that got a PhD in virology at the University of Minnesota, and that's where I knew him because during my vet school days, I'd see him smoking a small cigar and working on things. And he also did.
You can hit pause here.
Enlisted in the Navy and became.
So they're going over the towards the end here, the family update. The most important person on that list is Robert Shope, Dr. Robert Shope. Robert Shope went on to become the president for some years of, or at least it's not really a NGO or non-government organization, but probably one of the people who wrote the book on what the modern One Health initiative is, how One Medicine became One Health. Robert Shope passed in, let's see here, he died in January 19th of 2004. Robert Shope's memorial was written by Joshua Lederberg.
Wow.
The one of the most, this Robert Shope worked at Yale in Connecticut. I think one of the people I'm not sure he mentored him directly, but I know that he did some work, I think, with Francis Collins for a while. Most notably, though, is that at some point in the later half of the 1900s, Robert Shope acquired and kept at Yale. This isn't well documented, by the way. The only frozen samples of West Nile virus in North America. Now, it is the official narrative is that West Nile virus was never in North America until it was found in 1999 in the Bronx Zoo. A couple dead birds by Tracy McNamara. Okay. The official narrative completely leaves out the fact that West Nile virus was being not only here, but was actually being injected into people in North America as part of this virus cancer research as early as the late 1940s. So Robert Shope, the son of this Richard Shope, had those samples at the freezer at Yale, New Haven, okay? Now, for whatever reason, Robert Shope wound up renting out one of his rooms for a little while to the interim director and what did become the long-term director of Plum Island Animal Infectious Disease Research Facility for probably 12 years. And that was a Dr. Roger Breeze, Scotsman that was brought over by Fauci to run Plum Island, because obviously you can't find an American to do a job like that. So we had to recruit from Scotland.
Dr. Roger what?
Roger Breeze, Breeze. And Roger Breeze, for a few years, mentored Tracy McNamara, who found the dead birds of West Nile virus in the Bronx Zoo in 1999, proving that Saddam Hussein was eventually going to attack America with biological weapons.
Small world. The thing that I noticed on this tribute to Richard Shope was that he received an honorary degree from the University of Utrecht. That's about 15 miles south of Amsterdam. And the University of Utrecht is, for me, kind of the Northern European equivalent of Johns Hopkins.
How is that spelled? It's on their slide. How is that spelled?
Utrecht.
Utrecht. I've seen that name before. I never realized that. So they have a large Johns Hopkins type facility.
Campus.
They do. Mm-hmm. And that's in Germany.
It's in the Netherlands, a little bit south of Amsterdam.
Utrecht. Any connection to the Erasmus?
I'm not sure yet. I mean, there's all the universities share information, and people migrate, from one to the other. Mm-hmm. But exactly how tight the link is between Erasmus and Utrecht, I'm not sure yet.
Interesting. So I remind people of this all the time. The movement of science is like it's like the movement of like snow on a mountain or water in the ocean, right? It's moving a certain way, and it's not always defined by any one person, right? Sometimes things are going to happen whether that person is there or not, and people get caught up in things. And there's a huge part of this biomedical, biodefense, viral research, which is as much diplomatic and espionage as it is actual science. So if someone seems to be in a certain place at a certain time, I don't always leave to say that they're a bad actor. Who knows what their intentions were? Who knows how much worse things could have been if they weren't there? We don't know. Nonetheless, Richard Shope and his son Robert Shope are historically extremely significant to this evolution of viruses. And yes, Robert Shope, I think one or both were involved in the virus cancer program. Obviously, some of the higher ranking people within it, working with Memorial Sloan Kettering and so on. And if you want to start connecting the pieces of the biowarfare research in Germany during World War II, Rockefeller, virus cancer program, the One Health Initiative, which is right now the foundation of what the WHO has been promoting, that they need this power because emergencies can happen at any time, because at any time the bat soup can go bad and cause a pandemic. It's based upon this. And you can actually trace it back. I mean, we're not talking, 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon here. We're talking like, father, son. And you can trace it back to pre-World War II, actually all the way to 1918, Spanish flu, which is really the Fort Riley illness. And then you can see, of course, the oversight of this research, NIAID, Rocky Mountain Labs, Fauci, of course, Fauci always being there from day one of the HIV outbreak. And I see that we can get insights as to what we're dealing with right now if you look at a fair amount of the history. Illnesses are real, viruses are real, bad viruses in the wrong place at the wrong time can cause some pretty bad things to happen to people. That's not a joke. But the excuse that the WHO is using, this constant fear of zoonotic events and viruses, and it's all going to be controlled with more biosurveillance and gene therapy. I think it's bogus, and it's being done for other reasons than genuine concern over people's health. And you can just see the movement that had led up to that, going all the way back. You could probably go back even before now. Or what we show here than in 1918. Would it be as important to help understand the current situation? I don't know. I think that the transition of believing that viruses were the cause of all of these illnesses before we could even see them on the electron microscope, I think that's when things really started to go bad, and started the trajectory of where we are right now. If people want to go back further historically, that's great, and it might be extremely important too. But I think this is where I've been able to draw the line. That transition, the 1918 flu, just seems to be the transitional event, and it's being used. You will not find Fauci in front of Congress without him mentioning the 1918 flu at least once as the fundamental reason why they need to have these powers and they need to have universal vaccines. It is the fundamental reason that they still use. Well, now they were able to get a few more million deaths from COVID-19, so they can throw that out there as well. But it's always been the 1918 flu. So that's where I sort of start there and then move up to the present with respect to all this, virus, pandemic research. What are your thoughts, John?
Well, I just want to repeat what I've said many times before. That famous meeting on Jekyll Island in 1910, it kicked off the funding for a lot of different things. They could not have funded all of this research in the nuclear area, in chemical area, in the biological sciences, without the creation of the Federal Reserve. That was their big ticket. And so if you look at the spacing, the timeline, the initiation of World War I as an excuse for a lot of different biological and chemical testing was started. Why did World War I start just a couple years after the creation of the Fed? Anyway, let's go back to the video.
And one more point out about that. And this was one of those things I at the moment don't have much faith in Trump, and if he returned as president, changing anything. One of the things that I was holding out hope for Trump, okay, as to kind of turn things around as U.S. president, was that his grandfather was one of the first civilians in the world to die of the Spanish flu. He died before Trump. Trump never met his paternal grandfather because of the way he died and the time that he died. And I was always thinking, maybe he's got some he's got a bone to pick somewhere up his sleeve. He's gonna flush this stuff out. And after 4 years, what did we get? We got a pandemic, vaccine mandates, and President Trump claiming fame as the vaccine president. So,
And
well.
he was the one that quadrupled the power of FEMA with a stroke of his pen.
Oh well, hey, things can still change and improve, but so far, not so good. Yeah, you can continue.
So as an epilogue, I just want to inventory the family. Of course, we've already talked about Richard and Helen Shope. They had 4 kids. Dick Jr. was a veterinarian that got a PhD in virology at the University of Minnesota, and that's where I knew him because during my vet school days, I'd see him smoking a small cigar and working on things. And he also, Dick Jr. was enlisted in the Navy and became a pilot, and he just got his wings when the World War II ended. So he was, I think, discharged, and then all of them went to Cornell for their educations because they had the inside track for admittance. And then Robert, who, like I say, he was a charismatic figure with arbovirology. I mean, people talk in reverential tones about him, and he really was an incredible arbovirologist. And sadly, both of them are deceased. And Robert pretty much had pulmonary fibroma like his dad, and it somewhat affected Dick Jr., but he was of course older. The youngest of the family was Tom, the baby. He was an academic pediatrician. He went through the CDC EIS program about the same time I did. I think it was after me, but his whole career in pediatric infectious disease with emphasis in virology. So that DNA from his daddy went into those 3 people. And Nancy was the equestrian wife of cattle ranch and lived happily ever after. Here's the family. I was going to get this photoshopped out, but that's a neighbor girl. So, and I decided, heck, leave her in there. But this is the Shope family, about 1948, 49. But this is Nancy Shope, who gave me a lot of information. And this is Dick Shope's mother, Mary. And this is Dick Jr., a very tall guy. That's Helen. And this is the baby of the family, Tom, who was that infamous pediatrician in Ann Arbor. And that's Robert, the very distinguished, and I think he even had a lung transplant at the end of it, just didn't work out. And there is Dick Shope himself. And there's me, Dick Jr. We had gone to the Lexington restaurant, a good place to eat. It's been closed a few years, but I heard it's reopening at Grand Avenue in Lexington and St. Paul. We had a nice dinner and a few libations to go with it. And the server was gracious enough to photograph us. Just a great guy. These are references for your use, and all the references, the early references mentioned, as well as these, I have PDFs. So, my email is russcurrier@yahoo.com. If you want to shortcut the search.
I think you could wrap it up there. So, it's anyways, it's a good presentation. It doesn't. Provides some good photos, gives you a good timeline. Other stuff can be added to it, like we just added here. It's one of the more important names to understand if you want to get the historical context. If you want to talk One Health, you should be talking about the Shope family. And I had forgotten until today. I had put a lot of pieces together that Richard Shope was the mentor of Eric Traub. Wow. I don't know. I hope George Webb sees this episode because it can give you a new spin on where Eric Traub populated that refrigerator from.
We're going to we're going to look very hard to get a, maybe I could find it on eBay, a 1950 refrigerator that looks more or less like Eric Straub's refrigerator, because that's a tangible, having it here in the studio, it's a tangible reference, a reminder of where all this stuff came from.
Yep. Well, it didn't come from Michigan, but it might have come from the United States. I never, even till today, I never realized just how much might have actually come from the United States. They choose the names, by the way, for all these viruses for a reason. I mean, some are named where they're actually found, but Crimea and Congo, like, those places don't even touch each other. They're completely different climates. They're different people. I mean, they have nothing in common other than their war zones. That's it. That's the only thing they have in common. It's absurd. Venezuelan equine encephalitis. Well, you think Venezuela, you think hot and humid, lots of bugs, mosquitoes, right? It sort of paints a picture, but it seems to have a remarkable similarity to Eastern equine encephalitis. And as a matter of fact, Venezuelan equine encephalitis was found not too long after they isolated what they thought was Triple E in a lab, and we're doing research on it. But right. Eastern equine encephalitis doesn't sound too scary. Yeah, you need to name it Venezuelan. You need to name it Ebola. Marburg, it's a city in Germany. But you need to find it again in a scary, swampy area.
You need to convince people that
yes.
bad pathogens come from scary, dark places
yes.
where people are uneducated, they eat bush meat, etc.
Exactly. Now, there was probably a time 30 years ago where a glass full of water out of the Charles River near Boston would have killed you. But there was never a Charles River virus, a Charles River hemorrhagic fever. It just doesn't sound scary. You need to market it better. And you also tend to have it, to name it after someplace, foreign, right? Something that suggests, it just sounds like you can get sick from it. Like wet market. It's wet market. I go to the wet market. I call it Stop and Shop. They have a wet market. The fish there is wet. I never walk in. I'm in the wet market. No, I'm at the fish section, the Stop and Shop. Everything gets rebranded to sound scary.
You notice that the people who are in the largest chain up there didn't change the name to Wet Market Basket. I wonder why not.
Oh man, you just ruined it for me. Oh, I have to Photoshop that now. Oh. Anyways, I don't know where people are on the chat right now. I just saw a couple of people on Rumble. Maybe I missed a few chat messages. I don't know if there were any questions. I mean, we're close to the end, and well, anyways, I'm pleased with how today went. That was a good show. Thank you, John. Sorry, I cursed. I don't know if it was caught on the air when my sound wasn't working.
It's mostly my fault. We have a bunch of technical issues because I'm really not good with the Rodecaster yet.
Oh, that's totally cool. Anyways, on my ends, I can be a little short-tempered lately. I apologize for that. Yeah, so good week. Stuff keeps moving along. This video, again, for anyone who wants to watch it, you can find the original on University of Iowa website. But it was historically significant enough to save this copy. And we have that on YouTube, on Housatonic Live 2, and on BitChute and Odyssey. And there's another video which we may watch next week, which I haven't even watched myself yet. But I want to check it out. And that is a 1-hour interview with a Dr. Calvin Schwab. I don't believe it's any relation to Klaus Schwab. But he was a veterinarian or physician at University of California, Davis, who is also one of the most important people in the founding of the One Medicine, One Health doctrine, which, I repeat, most of it actually makes a whole lot of sense. It really does. Focus on the health of the overall ecosystem, pollutions that we can't see, plants and animals, etc. Sometimes uniting the sciences, very practical things. There's a lot about it, I agree, but I believe it's being misused for a very dark agenda. Not population control, but just this Nazi science first. People are soulless creatures, and we need to be highlighting and fighting against the misuse of science like that. So, anyways, thank you, John, and I hope you and the audience have a great rest of the day, a great, safe, and effective weekend, and I will see you guys next week.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, this was a good find. I'm going to share it with everyone I know.
Excellent. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. We'll play out Mark's segment, and coming up in 5 minutes will be the great Bill Taylor with Deep State Research. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 o'clock, and it is time for the Deep State Research with Bill Taylor. And Bill is going to be in just a minute. I want to provide a brief recap of what we went over last week. On Bill's last show, he was talking with Andy DeBala, about some of the families on the East Coast and their activities in the drug trade back in the 20s and 30s, and how that continues. The members of those same families have a hand in have had a hand in many of the nuclear projects, the pipeline deals, the chemical warfare sales into 120 countries overseas, and obviously to the biological agents business. Bill should be here in a couple minutes. Let's go visit his website, Deep State Research, for a second. I'm going to pull that one up. Okay. And in the last episode, Bill also covered some of the activities of Governor Murphy's, in particular Governor Murphy's wife. I think her name is Tammy. And, Tammy's mother has a lot of deep state connections. And that is a very interesting family that, one of the most interesting families in New Jersey is Governor Murphy's family. The Profumo affair, I'm trying to track down right now a couple of people with the last name Profumo in Italy, because Profumo tends to be a last name associated with the nobility, and a couple of the characters that I've been investigating in the Italian academia have the last name Profumo and might have been involved in the Profumo affair up in London. Let's see if we can. There he is. The big man is in the room. Here is the great Bill Taylor. Good afternoon, Bill.
Good afternoon. How are you? Sorry.
Doing good. What's on the plate today?
Let's see. What do you want to talk about? I mentioned if Mark was still around, if he wants to jump on, if he's still around.
I sent him a text, but apparently he's out. He might be out for the day.
Okay, it's fine. It just he mentioned. I think it was last night's show. I think with John. He mentioned somebody specifically. He mentioned Barbara Marks Hubbard. I don't know if you caught the show last night, or maybe it was 2 nights ago. But Barbara Marks Hubbard is she's considered like the grandmother of the transhumanist movement, and she's written a bunch of science fiction. I think she just recently passed away, and she might have been in her 90s. But she's certainly an interesting person and figure, and came up with a lot of this transhumanist nonsense. There she is. But I grew up with the Marx side of the family, of Barbara Marx Hubbard. I was very good friends with somebody she's pretty closely related to, and the Marx family has a pretty interesting history. They're a Jersey family, of course, but the grandfather, I think it was Louis Marx. He was the founder and president and owner of Marx Toys, which is probably most famous for making the big wheel.
Right, I remember that. I had a big wheel.
We all had a big wheel, and without a helmet either. And, but they were very. They had all kinds of toys. I mean, name brand stuff that you would remember from your childhood and my childhood. I think that they sold out. I think in the 1970s, and then the brand name kind of dissipated. It still might be used in some places, but Louis Marks was basically he was essentially like a toy baron. He's like you have oil barons and tobacco barons. He was king of the toys for much of the 20th century, and it's an interesting history. But I'm not quite sure how many children he had, maybe 4 or 5. But they lived here. They lived here in this my part of Jersey uh, most of their lives. Um, I think their headquarters, the headquarters in the Toy Building in New York City, it's still called the Toy Building. Um, I believe around 23rd Street. It might be 14th Street, or it might be around Union Square. But in any event, it's my understanding with it kind of fits the mold of some of these other barren and wealthy families that we run into all the time, in that the father makes a fortune, and then the sons and daughters take that fortune and go in different directions. And she certainly came up and went in an interesting direction with her inheritance and trusts and all that you get with being the daughter of the toy baron of the 20th century. I think that they really hit their stride right during World War One, when they started manufacturing tin toys in the United States, and up until World War One, most toys were made in Germany. So World War One was quite the opportunity for them when the toy shipments from our mortal enemy, the Huns, stopped, and they were able to capitalize on the high demand for toys and the lack of supply in this country. But I have nothing. I haven't studied her all that much, and maybe I'm even reluctant to, because I know the family. They've always seemed pretty nice family. The grandfather was he was as a toy salesman. I guess you have to like kids. But I remember being told that in his mansion here on the Jersey Shore, he had built a roller coaster in the attic for all his grandkids. And I had never seen it, but I know other people who have seen it and used to ride it, and it's pretty. It sounded like a good time, a cool grandfather to have.
Yeah, I never had a roller coaster.
No, me neither. But when you're there, now there are rumors. There's always speculation as to whether the Marxists are related to our communist friend, Mr. Marx. I don't know. I've never seen anything, but I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. It would require a lot of genealogy research to figure that out. But I don't think it's given the sort of the direction that Karl Marx went, and then the family's ability to really take advantage of the supply-demand curve during World War One, which was in their favor. You can't help but think that they may have had a little bit of inside knowledge and belonged to maybe one of these really elite families that are able to prosper when everybody else is being rationed or having difficulty making ends meet because there's a giant war going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it would require a lot of work. Like I said, I know them, and wouldn't want to find anything nefarious about them. If that makes sense, just because generally come across as decent people, and I still talk to at least one of them. So we'll see.
Well, Barbara Marx Hubbard is certainly an interesting figure. I know that there's an economist named Marx at MIT Sloan School, the Alfred P. Sloan School of Mismanagement. Um, I I was not able to determine whether or not he is also related to Karl Marx, but uh, in the economics business, there's several interesting people named Marx, not only here in the States and Canada, but also back in Europe. And one of them came from Elizabeth, New Jersey, and worked for a while with Ray Kurzweil, who was the CTO of Google, I think up until 2020. Um, and obviously, Ray Kurzweil is one of the top names in the transhumanism movement.
Right. It's the problem with Marx. It's a common name. It would be, like I said, it would require. De Blasio was always easy to work on because there's not a whole lot of De Blasios, and Stroke, Stroke is a pretty easy name too, because there's only about 300 strokes in the United States. But Marx, it's if you're going to do something, be on the wrong side of history. It's better to have a very common name. It's just harder to find.
Since you mentioned the name Peter Strzok, I wanna point out to our viewers that since you and George Webb and Mark Kulak have been doing this, the number of search results that you get looking for Peter Strzok goes down and down and down. Let me pull, if I can, pull up this screen. It used to be in the millions. If you look for Peter Strzok, you get 5 million hits. Now look where it's at. 133 results.
You know what? What's interesting? I bet you. I'm. If you're signed into your Google account, okay. I don't know if you are. Are you?
Yes, I am. I am signed into my account now.
I bet you if you sign out of your account, right? I'm gonna test it right now. You'll get thousands and thousands of hits instead of just 133. This is a hypothesis I tested 2 years ago among some of the search terms that we use. So let me see if I can pull it. This will be an interesting exercise. So it's another reason not to use Google. So I'm going to do Peter Stroke. See what I get. See, I got. You did Peter with quotes? You use quotes?
Yes, I did.
I got 327,000 results. I'm surprised.
Well, maybe it's because I use Peter Strzok Jr.
Let me see that.
Let me try it with.
Peter Strzok Jr., 21 results I got.
Just 21.
Just 21.
Oh, they like you more than me.
Yeah. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to sign out of all my Google accounts so that I'm just doing it. If I go to if I use a private window, I use Brave browser. Everybody should use Brave.
Yeah, I'm going to Brave now.
So Peter Strzok Jr. on the. Let me go to Google first. Came up a little bit better. I still might be. So Peter Strzok Jr. using a private page on the Brave browser, incognito mode, essentially on Brave. I get 94 results. Let me taste it one more time. There's a Tor browser that comes along with the Brave browser.
Mm-hmm.
And that really anonymizes your IP address. From what I understand. I got a German Google site. time. When I went to when I went to the tour site, it pulled up Google in German, which I can't read. No, that's not going to work. Anyway, my broader point here is, one second. Peter Shrug Jr. on Uber Google. No, I'm not even bother. So now Google makes me do a caption. There will be a point to this.
But it should be obvious by now that is a name that our researchers need to look into. I mean, we need to do more, searches involving the Peter Stroke name, because we're probably going to get down to some very juicy information.
Yeah, what you really have to do is you can't do it through a normal search anymore. It's impossible. You have to go sort of do the compound searches and then drill down into specific databases or specific websites that might have something. I do have on stroke in particular, since we're on the subject. I've come across some very interesting things about Michael Stroke, who's the uncle. I think I've spoken about that a few times. It's on the website. Let me see if I pull it up. It's called Stroke. It's on D-State Analytics. I'll tell you something interesting about him in a second. Let's see. Stroke resources for stroke research.
Got it.
Okay. So we're looking for, and actually, I do have a lot of information on the strokes, like family trees and stuff, where some of Peter Stroke Jr.'s contemporaries live or work. There's a couple interesting job descriptions there. The most interesting Stroke that I've come across is Michael Jerome Stroke. He's the paternal uncle of Peter Jr., so he's Peter Stroke Sr.'s brother. He was he worked for Air America, the CIA, in Laos during the Vietnam War. He was a flyer.
The father.
No, the uncle.
Uncle.
The father, I believe, the father we know worked for Bell Helicopter in Iran, and he's pretty difficult to find stuff on. But Michael Jerome Stroke, the uncle of Peter Jr., he was an Air America pilot during the Vietnam War. I found just getting back to the whole how to search for some of this stuff. I found the reference to Michael J. Stroke in an index of papers of a gentleman named Frederick Fry Walker. And Frederick Fry Walker was a C-47 captain for Air America. It basically looked like he was the Human Resources Department at Air America in the early '60s. He was hiring the capable pilots for the CIA's Laotian operations. They had some cool pictures on there too. Flew a C-78 Caribou and a Fairchild C-123. These are short takeoff airplanes. Where I think things get really interesting, and I wish I had more time to take a look, but Michael Stroke, the uncle, he was very involved in the Laotian, not only Air America efforts, whatever they were doing in Vietnam and Laos during the 60s, but during the evacuation of Vietnam and all the turmoil that came out of that in Laos, he was helping to fly loyal Laotians to refugee camps in Thailand.
Mhm.
These Laotians are really, these were the loyal Laotians working for the CIA, no doubt, in the poppy crop region of the Golden Triangle, and I believe most of them are Hmong people. And you'll notice that most of these Laotians wind up in Minnesota, in particular Minneapolis, which is where the Strokes have always been from. You want to take it one step further. If you recall that George Floyd's the policeman, and I always forget the name. Somebody will mention it. The policeman who was convicted of the manslaughter of George Floyd or whatever that sparked all the riots. He had a Laotian wife, and
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did say that.
she had a Laotian wife, and I believe her biography says she was born in 1975. So that was right at the time that the Laotians were being evacuated and brought to the refugee camps in Thailand, and eventually winding up in the Minneapolis area. So I always consider that a possible connection between the George Floyd. What's the cop's name? Chauvin. Chauvin?
Yeah.
Derek Chauvin, is that it?
Derek Chauvin.
Between Chauvin and the Strokes. He seems to have made quite the effort to rescue as many Laotians as possible from that region during the mid '70s. There's probably more to look into. Like I said, he's it gets very difficult to sort of trace the lineages and the backgrounds with the search results being so difficult to come by these days. So if you could find one reference in like an academic archive or something like that, then you could really maybe take it from there. He was on LinkedIn though. Go ahead.
But the LinkedIn won't appear now.
Yeah, I haven't looked in a while, but I did screen capture it, so it is on the website.
Okay.
So
And now this photo here, is this the photo of his uncle?
That's Peter. That's the father.
That is the father. Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure before I shared it with other people.
Yeah. And so I did screen capture, figuring that they would take the LinkedIn profile down eventually, but just go to you can see it on the website, but Michael Strokes LinkedIn abbreviated resume: Spartan School of Aeronautics, Tulsa, Oklahoma, commercial pilot, 1952 to 53. Bush and non-scheduled airline pilot, 58 to 1962 in Alaska. So he was a Bush pilot. Then 58 to 62, Aero Enterprises, another Alaska freight company. Flight service, 59 to 64. Federal FAA work, it looks like 5 years and 1 month. Air ground communication, weather briefing. Then 64 and 65 is a co-pilot at DC-3 out of Fort Worth. It's nice of him to lead this for us. Continental Air Service, 1966, 1967, so that's the CIA front. Based out of Laos. Flew in support of USAID in Laos and Thailand, it says. Then he worked for General Electric, 66 to 86, it says. Corporate captain, check pilot. Co-pilot and captain of a Boeing 707, Southern Air Transport. That's another CIA airline, 87 through 89, out of Miami. So I wonder what he was carrying. It's interesting that he had all this. That he had all this biographical information on his LinkedIn page, and like you said, I haven't looked in a while. I'm assuming it's gone.
And about what month and year did you pull this down?
This would have been April of 2020, around that.
2020. Right. So just after coronavirus started, and that was about when, at least when I learned of the name Peter Strzok.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Peter, I think this is an updated version. So I definitely knew of Peter Strzok before then. It was interesting. Let me see. I might have another article, an earlier article about Strzok, which is kind of interesting because you can see how the media plays games, and they certainly tried to play a game with Strzok. Let's see if I see it. Now you got my curiosity.
Well, while we're on the topic, one of the most, I just saw that Uncle Mike flew for, or was a student at Spartan School of Aeronautics, something like that.
Right.
And there is one of the most interesting figures in Italian aerospace was a consultant to a Spartan Aerospace. I'm wondering if they're related. And they're at El Segundo, Spartan Aerospace in El Segundo.
Yeah. I wouldn't know that. That's interesting now. The interesting about, let's see. Interesting when Peter Strzok was first started to pop up in the news, and I think we're going back to 2018, April of 2018. Do you hear the dog?
Yeah, a little bit. It doesn't bother.
April of 2018, there was a real media effort to not show the guy's picture. And there was a picture of Mueller with, that was widely circulated. Mueller with a number of lackeys hanging on, and the media made an effort to insinuate that one of the lackeys was Peter Strzok. And I remember on Twitter people would post a picture, saying that this guy is Peter Strzok. It was just a Secret Service agent or a marshal. Or security general, and so they never, everybody had this idea of what Strzok looked like, but it was not true. It wasn't Strzok. It was somebody completely different. But it just here it is. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can share this real quick. I think I did this meme, and it's still up there. Can you see that?
No, I can't. Oh, okay, here it is.
That guy.
Yeah.
I remember the Twitterverse and the Reddit universe were all convinced that this guy was Strzok. He's not. There's Strzok there. So it took a good year and a half to figure out what Strzok even looked like.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep him out of the limelight.
Yeah. Which makes it even more interesting. So we'll see if we can. I'd like to get back to Strzok, but and it's unfortunate. But the longer I wait, the more stuff disappears. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mark Kulak came up with the expression: "See something, save something."
Yeah. Oh, there it is, and there's Miller in the background. Anyway. On the website, there's actually more Strzok. I'm going to find another thing under the research links section, or the list section. Actually, I have a whole list of, I think, everybody in his family that I could possibly find, and I'll reference a few of them. There's see if we can make this it's down further. The interesting ones have a note. James Stroke is another uncle. He's a Jesuit priest. Lance Stroke, Garrett Lance Stroke, Navarre, and Navy. I forget NAWCWD, Naval Air Weapons something. Modus Outcome, another cousin. I believe that Modus Outcomes was doing some of the padding or some of the statistical works in the early part of the COVID hysteria. Sort of collecting data and making it presentable. I believe that they were we have to look into them a little bit more too, because that would be an interesting connection. Sort of building a narrative that the pandemic is going to kill everybody through statistics. There's a father, Iran, Bell helicopter. Rigetti, Kawanak, another one, Devin Joseph Stroke, third cousin. Rigetti Quantum Computing. It's a pretty interesting company out in California, out in San Francisco. Then there's other ones, but those are probably the most interesting ones. Now, Michael Michalik. You know what? Here's just something for people to look into too. I believe Michael Michalik was killed in Delaware. I think he was a pretty young guy. I think he was in his early 20s or late teens. He was murdered. His second cousin of Peter Stroke. He was found in a dumpster. Let's see. Sorry, I've been scratching things around.
This is the kind of activity that we need to get here at Neighborhood News. We're trying to get together a number of committees, working groups that can do this kind of hands-on, real-time research in groups of 3 or 4 or 5, because we need. This is the time. We really need to drill down on some of these characters.
It needs no, that's not him. Ideally, there should be a platform that makes it easy to share stuff. Now, I've tried all kinds of different platforms, and some I like and some I don't like. And I mean, Evernote has worked pretty well for me, but it doesn't do all the things I wanted to do. Microsoft OneNote is another, and it's shareable, but that's another one. It does some things well and other things not so well. I know that there's probably something ideal out there for a concerted research effort, collaborative research effort, where everybody could save their clippings so it can be viewed by everybody.
Right.
And I just need one personally because I have all my clippings and notes and everything in different spaces, not by design, but by because just sometimes I'm lazy about labeling things. Or putting them in the right folder, or using, and sometimes you use different computers as well. Like ideally I should be able to sync everything and then have everything accessible to everybody. If anybody ever wants to do that, I'd be on board and helping out, but I don't want to be in charge of it.
Yeah, that's a common affliction. I'm trying to get somebody to step up and be the team leader on that, and hopefully during the charrette coming up between the 12th and the 19th, we can get someone to do that.
Yeah, there's I came across. I don't know if anybody's ever used ResearchGate. There's Mark's choice. ResearchGate, I think it's possible. I didn't look into it too much, but I came across it. It looks like people collaborate. It says join for free, which is always appealing. I'm under the impression it might be more science related.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you have to have you have to be a card carrying member of some university or some research outfit.
Right. But I know there's other ones out there.
They have the tools. I mean, if you can, and I did very, very briefly have the credentials, and they do have some amazing tools for chemists and biologists. So we need to come up with the equivalent for citizen journalism.
Yeah, yeah. Um, because I have just a ton of stuff, and I would like to make it more accessible to everybody, right? But I don't need it to turn into a time sink of organizing.
Right.
It doesn't pay the bills.
That's the great trick. That's what we're trying to. Aaron Adler's great dream was to become the first organization in America that actually makes money by selling reliable, accurate information.
Right. I know it's done all the time in the world of finance. It's not it's there is a business model there. It's not. Our firm used to have one subscription to Grant's interest rate. Uh, is it Grant's interest rate commentary? Oh no, Grant's interest rate observer. Okay, we used to have. And it came out once a month, and it was on. It was basically mimeograph sheets, or it was folded into a booklet and stapled. It looked like in somebody's garage. But we only had one of it, and you had to get on a list to get it. And because I think the annual subscription is in those days was probably about $30,000 or something. It
Wow.
Was, and it came out once a month, but it was. You can see there's the prices come down, but it was a lot. It was a lot of money back then.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You weren't allowed to copy it. You couldn't make copies of it.
So you couldn't share with 10 other people.
Yeah. So it would
Wow.
go through the office mail, and you had to sign off for it. And it was always interesting. It was, I would love to read it now. I mean, it always called the housing crisis in 2008 years and years before anybody else saw it coming. But there is a model for that, I believe, in the historical research or the conspiracy or current events research that we're doing, because it's going. This, the way the world is working right now. I mean, this kind of stuff matters to people who need to make decisions based on what direction these governments are going. It's I think there's probably 8,000 private equity funds in the United States. You always hear about the biggest ones, but there's plenty of private equity funds managing $500 million or $1 billion and generating decent fees off of that. And they're always looking for an edge. And I would argue that if these funds, not only private equity funds, but your mutual funds as well, and of course your hedge funds, so you're almost looking at 20,000 probably consumers of economic information and political information, but I would suspect that most of the political information that they're seeing is from establishment sources.
Right.
So-
It makes sense.
So they're all behind the curve. They're all going to be, believe me, if there's a hedge fund making $1 billion, they're not seeing what's coming down the pike because they've been listening to CNN Business or Bloomberg Business. Then they're going to be screwed. So they really have to start thinking outside of the box. You hate to use that term, to see which way the economy is going, and what the signals are.
I'm going to pull up an economist here from Boston, and I went to several of his symposiums. He is the author of a couple of books on financial engineering and how we can use financial engineering tools to solve all the pandemic problem, all our healthcare problems. His name is Andrew Lowe, and but he is the He's a role model for people like Nathan Wolf who want to make money selling information about potential biological threats. There he is, Mr. Financial Engineering himself, Andrew Lowe. And the first lecture I went to of his, he said, the American investor, the small investor, the guy who comes home after at 5:30 and sits down at his PC and tries to do a little bit of day trading, is the stupidest animal on the planet. And I said, well, makes me feel good. But he was serious. He was talking about how to make a good financial decision today, you need reams and reams and reams of information that's completely up to date.
Yeah.
And so that's what. But his the reason he's part of the big club is he'll pull in a group of Harvard alumni, and then get out his violin and play this sob story about some poor little kid who's suffering from monkeypox, and therefore they need to pull out their checkbook and write a check to Genzyme or to Amgen or one of the others, so that this poor kid can have a life. But he's really good. He's really, really good at what he does.
Yeah, these it would be good to speak. I find I like listening to Charles Ortel. He's from the finance wing of conspiracy theories, I guess you could say, and he seems to get it. And I just suspect that there's definitely some very smart people who run hedge funds. And if you look back to the crash of 2008, there was really only a handful of fund managers who were positioned correctly ahead of the wreck, and it was a wreck. And it was, I believe that if there was 5% were positioned correctly, it's because they were not listening to sort of the establishment talking points, and even even though some of the housing crisis and the crash seemed like such a long tail event at the time, it was dismissed just like you would dismiss a conspiracy theory. So many people did that, and I would think that this time, they really have to consider these long tail events. When I say like long tail events, does Canada go the way of a prison colony, and everybody stops working, and what happens to your money that's in a Canadian bank? And then that's on the heels of Trudeau's announcement that he's going to outlaw all handguns. That would be unthinkable two and a half years ago, but it seems like a real possibility now. I mean, that could really shake up an economy the size of Canada's, which is huge, even though they don't have that many people. So, so some historical perspective should be appreciated when you see these tyrants doing things that seem so out of the ordinary. But it wouldn't be the first tyrant to do something stupid in the past 100 years. It would be the 50th. But everybody forgets about the 49th. These governments do evil things, even if you can't remember it, or you didn't learn about it in a history book in the 8th grade.
Right. Yeah, they have it continued. I continue to be amazed by the fact that I went through the first 49 years of my life not knowing any of stuff. It's just.
Oh, exactly. I say that all the time. So I would say I never became aware of any of this until 2017. I was 47 years old. That is pretty. I took the textbook version of U.S. history. Now I don't believe anything. I'm a cynic.
We're
I
on the same.
haven't, I haven't gone flat Earth yet. But that's where I stopped, though. I mean, moon landings. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, the whole idea that people can't keep a secret. Well, I know it was never had much interest in the Kennedy assassination, and this should be a lesson for all the deep staters who think that they're being clever. Um, I always dismissed the Kennedy and dismissed anything about anybody else other than Oswald as the gunman as a conspiracy theory. But you know what? As soon as I started looking into Mueller and deciding that the media's treatment of him was was such a kid glove and so scripted, it became blatantly obvious, even to me, who was an Oswald did it, theorist. It became so blatantly obvious that the media and history in general is heavily manipulated. So that's when I started looking into the JFK assassination to see what the parallels were, and of course we found Bissell as Mueller's cousin, and there's plenty of parallels, and it's the same people every single time. It's the same families every time. So this is not coincidence anymore. I certainly think that it's possible that the moon landing was fake, and that's something I never would have considered prior to 2017.
Well, regardless of whether they did or did not land on the moon, we know for a fact now that they did have a backup video in case the camera didn't work, because the camera was experimental, like everything else on the aircraft, on the landing craft, and they could not take the political risk that the camera failed. So they did do they went to a sound stage or a couple of sound stages and did a video to put in the can as a backup.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never heard that.
And I think it was a relative of Spielberg that actually shot it.
There you go. That's why. That's the reward. Spielberg, out of hundreds of directors, Spielberg has the career because he had a relative in the business. It helped out. I like to think it was real, but the more you consider how everything else has been fake the past couple of years, you can't help but remain a cynic or become more cynical. So.
But for sure, the Apollo business, the whole program, Gemini, Mercury, Apollo, they were just a feeding trough for the Lockheeds and the Raytheons and you name it. They made a ton of money.
Oh yeah. It's NASA plays into this conspiracy coincidence / theory, pretty prominently, more so than I had originally anticipated. George Webb had initially, and I believe he wrote it in one of his books, reached the conclusion that Oswald's reward, had everything worked out for him, was going to be, or what he thought his reward was, that he was going to go work for NASA. And I believe some of his employees at the CIA coffee company actually did go on to work for NASA. But NASA has an interesting history that goes way back, much farther beyond its initial renaming date in 1958. It went from the I think it was 58 to 59. It was originally the I'm gonna butcher this, the National Aeronautics Administration, or National Aeronautics Commission on Experimental Aircraft, or something similar to that. It had been around since World War I, when they first started to test different types of aircraft and features. and it was at Langley Air Force Base, and the original headquarters was at Langley Air Force Base, and which is right near Norfolk. And if you look on, there you go, National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics.
Yeah, that name Bigelow. That I know the grandson. I met the grandson who did a startup in aerospace. You know, he's trying to build a low Earth single stage to low Earth orbit out there in Nevada, north of Las Vegas. And I met him, I think, in 2002. But yeah, the Bigelow family has something going on. I'm not sure yet exactly what they were doing, what they were up to, but you know, they're up to something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why the name popped out of me. So this Charles E. Bigelow, he's on the board of directors of Hampton University. It was Hampton College, and I think before that, Hampton Agricultural College or Hampton School for. It was essentially a traditionally black college, started after the Civil War, and but if you look at some of their trustees, you know, granted this is a very small college, and it's not an Ivy League school, but the trustees it's an impressive list. You have Admiral Lewis Strauss, who I've spoken about a number of times. You also have one of John Kerry's uncles on the board. That's why when I saw that there's a Bigelow, I can't help but think that he might be related to the Bigelows that are working in Vegas and hiding UFOs and whatever it is that the Bigelows do. I know they're very into the UFO psyop.
Well, I just plugged in. I did a search for Admiral Lewis Strauss, and the first site that pops up is yours.
Oh, nice. What did you use?
I use Google.
Oh, maybe they're loosening the grip.
It's under the article Harold Aerosmith, Gibson Island's most annoying Nazi.
Yeah. Everybody should read up on Admiral Lewis Strauss. He's very interesting. He shows up in history at the right time for everything, starting in World War I, all the way up through the Kennedy assassination. He pops up multiple times. I would say if there was a guy at the top of the pyramid through much of the 20th century, you know, manipulating and putting on airs and pretending to be a decent guy, it's Admiral Lewis Strauss. Actually, George.
Oh, surprise! He started his career at Kuhn Loeb.
Yep, 23 years at Kuhn Loeb. And I'll tell you what else is interesting. So he's on the board of trustees at Hampton University, and they actually share facilities with Langley Air Force Base because I think that Hampton's always had a ROTC contingent associated with the Langley Air Force Base. So he's a trustee, I believe, in the 1930s, maybe up to the 40s. And Langley Air Force Base, before it was during World War II, was where a lot of World War II technology was developed. It's where the Norden bomb site was perfected and tested,
right?
And those plans were stolen by the Nazi spy ring in 40-41. And the spy ring was mostly captured, but at least the Nazi side of the spy ring was captured, and not necessarily the American side of the Nazi spy ring. So those plans disappeared from Langley. Strauss is also involved in the development of the proximity fuse at Langley in the early part of the war. Before that was perfected to make it commercially producible. And the proximity fuse is essentially a fuse that will trigger an explosion near a plane. It doesn't have to hit a plane exactly. It's the radio interference from the metal of the plane. Will you know more about this than I do?
Yeah, it was a big deal. They worked very hard on that.
Anyway, those plans were sold. That was Julius Rosenberg's first or earliest known, not necessarily first, but earliest known pilfering of military technology was from Fort Monmouth in New Jersey during World War I, when he stole the plans for the proximity fuse, which also ended up in the hands of the Germans. And Strauss was in charge of the early development of the proximity fuse at Langley.
We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
We're going to work very hard to make Charette a catalyst for a number of working groups, and one of them will be to track down a lot of the families that you bring up surrounding the Kennedy assassination and development of the atomic bomb. But the thing that was new to me, that you helped educate me on the exfiltration of the technology to Soviet Union countries.
it's almost like what's going on now, because you got to get the technology to the other side somehow. It's a little bit easier now. You can just sell it directly to the Ukrainians. But you want to keep that war going, and you have to do it in a more clandestine manner when you're funding both the Nazis and the Soviets to keep them killing each other. You sort of have to pick a side. It's just,
you got to be good. You got to be really good.
Up until just up until 2 months ago, it was never a good idea to fund Nazis for anything. But even that's changed. Certainly, World War II, it was not a. It was a little,
Yeah, keep it on the down low.
yeah. That's the word I was looking for. I think that's about all I have.
I just wanted to remind our subscribers to please go and support Bill. You have a Buy Me a Coffee page.
Yeah, put the screen up. Can you share that screen?
Yeah,
There's a Buy Me a
just a
Coffee
second.
page there. That's on D-State Analytics. There's also D-State News. Hold on a second. This one I have not spent. I've been posting a lot of stuff here. I have not spent much time sort of making it search friendly. What do they call it? SEO, search engine optimization, which I'll get to eventually. But yeah, there's a Buy Me Coffee button there too. And you can read my short essay, why $1 or $2 a month helps. It does, believe it or not. So we'll see. Until next time.
And for our subscribers that are coming in for the Charette, for those who live in the Great Lakes area that are thinking of driving in for a day or two to the Charette, we ask that you bring your gardening tools, because we're going to be creating a little garden out back, try and raise some of our own vegetables, and bring all your research tools. Like Bill just said, we need to hone our skills at doing some of this research. All right. Peter Duke is not on today because he is in the process of upgrading or I should say that Carrie is upgrading from producer 5.4 to wife 1.0. And so they did not feel it important enough to interrupt their wedding ceremony to come on today. So we're going to have to make do without them. But yeah, we all congratulate the Mr. and Mrs. Peter Duke, and we're going to play you out with well, maybe not finish today, but we're going to take an interim with Tyrone's new song. And then we're going to maybe play an hour of Addie Ad's interview of Amber Connor. So stay tuned.
They're coming for your genes to sterilize them clean of fault and misfolding. They say, please take your shot. Force, coerced, and terrified. Adulterate your DNA for your rights. As our leaders bear down from their height, they say, please take your shot. I remain on the other side, where their sanity and logic's applied. Fool me once, damn it, we're fooled thrice when they say, please take your shot. I know that God keeps me. The facts are in and it's clear to see. They wish you'd risk abnormalcy when they say, please take your shot.
Okay, in a couple minutes, Tyrone is going to pull up that video of Eddie. Okay, here it is. This is Eddie Adds interviewing Amber Connor. And it's about the Georgia
Okay, here we
primaries.
are. Okay, here we are. What's up, folks? This is Addie, and I'm here with Amber Connor once again, who's in Atlanta, and the Georgia primary election just wrapped up. I was able to connect with Amber briefly while I was there in Georgia, and now we have the chance for a longer form interview to see Amber's analysis and thoughts on the election, and to hear who she voted for and other happenings and goings on in the state of Georgia. So thanks for coming on, Amber.
Yeah, no problem, Addie. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So let's get to it, Amber. Who did you? Because I remember you told me last week you were going to wait until the day of to vote, which I think is something you usually do. Who did you end up picking on the ticket for your?
So it went to. I was there, and when I walked in the precinct, I wasn't sure. And it wasn't until I was in front of the voting booth that I went back and into how I've communicated with each candidate, my thoughts about how it will affect my family, and just by behavioral aspects alone, and personality and moral fortitude, I ended up choosing Purdue. And it was really, what was really upsetting is that I wish that I had known definitively from the beginning, this is where I'm going. But it's been like a roller coaster of trying to connect who's connected to who is protecting this insanity that we've got going on, the medical tyranny, the confusion, the outward just disinformation campaigns left and right. And who's protecting that, and then who is trying to put an end to that and allow Americans to go back to, before pandemic, and looking to heal us and trying to, inform us as to what is expected of us, and then do their job as elected officials. So it all boiled down to the fact that Purdue had a pretty good record when he was in the Senate. He was very quiet. He had a cousin, Sonny Perdue, who was our governor before. He's very familiar with a lot of people in Georgia. And he and his wife, this is really, I met with him and about 10 other women. And he had his wife with him. I sat next to her. We were able to ask him questions. And I really, when I found out he and his wife knew each other in elementary school, and then in high school, they were high school sweethearts. They've been married ever since. And the fact that he brings her everywhere he goes, I have deep respect for that. I remember political advisors and people throughout history have always been mad at those elected officials that bring their wife everywhere with them because they're not able to grab a hold of that elected official. I mean, people would complain about Rosalind Carter always being with President Carter. They complained often about Nancy Reagan being with President Reagan. They've complained even here recently about Marty Kemp always being with Brian Kemp. And usually when things get really heated and you've got all of this insanity going on with people trying to grab up elected officials, pay them off, buy their votes. One of the best ways to protect yourself, whether you're a male or a female, is to have your spouse with you. Now, it really upsets people and a lot of rumors start, and then a lot of, hyperbolic rhetoric gets going and people believe, well, this is because, the wife is doing this or the husband is doing this, or they're just oppressing the person, or they're not allowing the person to live, when really it's they don't have access to get them to do something stupid or say something stupid. Because when you have your spouse there, they're there to remind you, hey, Dad wouldn't have that drink. No, we're not going to that after party. And then some of the things that would be offered or done wouldn't be done in front of the spouse. So it puts those who want to gain leverage, whether they be part of our shadow government, or whether they be part of, elected body, lobbyists, corporation, corporate ties, people who want certain bills to be passed. That's irrelevant. It's just the fact that, they want access, and a spouse stifles that. So I thought, you know what? He's very smart. They've been in love, and they've known each other since they were children. And now basically this is how I'm voting for people, because in each group, each person, there was something I didn't like. There was something unsettling. There was something that upset me. Now, each person also has done things that I've appreciated. And so when you're making a chart as to pros and cons, what you do like, what you don't like Stacey Abrams' political savviness, where she knew this is what she wanted, and she went to the legislation, and she did what she thought was necessary in order to garner the votes for her specific party. That's smart. The people on the other side of the aisle didn't do that. They were asleep at the wheel. So therefore, that's something that you want to see in your elected official. You want to see somebody who goes after it for their constituency. Well, I'm not a Democrat. That doesn't bode well for me. I have voted Democrat in the past. I live in Atlanta. So, a lot of the people you're voting for in the city, it's mostly Democrat Party, and I have a lot of friends that are Democrats. Half of my friend pool are Democrats. The other half are Republicans. I have a lot of independent, friends. So, and I grew up with a mom who was liberal and a dad who was conservative. So it was easy for me to see the good and bad in each elected person who's running. There were positive things about Brian Kemp that I thought, he did not allow the state to be put under such a lockdown like San Francisco, where they allow the homeless to run crazy, people who are all messed up on drugs to be all over the place, needles to be all over the place, human fecal matter to be, everywhere, as they raise the rents, as they raise property taxes and scare the crap out of everybody to the point where nobody even wants to go to school or wants to go to work. He didn't do that in the state, which was very nice to know, even though he's more hands-off with Atlanta and Macon. These are two big urban city areas in which the mayors are able to garner more of the authority rather than the governor. And so there were plenty of times that because our mayor was absent, she spent more time on the Ellen show than she did actually being a mayor. So we had to reach out to Kemp and say, hey, are you just the governor of all of Georgia except for Atlanta? Or are you the governor of all of Georgia? right? And then he stepped up and brought in the Georgia State Patrol, because we had people being just killed on the interstate driving with their family because a speed racer would want to be outrunning cops or just speeding and then cause a huge 9-car pileup, dead people everywhere. And what do you know? The driver runs through the woods, and then they got to get the helicopter to try to find the guy, and it's like he was going to address that. He started to address those issues because our city police, they were given a no chase policy. Plus, a lot of them aren't trained to do it. So it was getting dangerous if they did it. And we had a couple of incidents where innocent bystanders got killed. So it was a big battle in city council. It was a battle in our legislation. And so the mayor decided to say a no chase policy. Chief Shields, before she left, she allowed for a chase policy. And then there was a couple of really bad incidents. She said, we can't do this. We've got to ask for help from Georgia State Patrol, in which they are trained to do so. So they know how to do pit maneuvers. They know how to do these things that rarely do you have, something really bad happen. Whereas our local APD, they only had a few people trained on that. So that was an understandable legislative choice. But, in looking back, I felt this was the first time I walked into the booth not knowing. I knew everyone else I was going to vote for, but that was not, and it was very depressing to have to face that.
And that, you mean specifically the governor race you weren't sure about?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
because I've watched voter fraud happen for years before Atlanta or Georgia was on the map about this, because we've had this happen in our mayoral races, and someone that I supported twice, and then a city council member, president of city council who just ran for mayor, I supported. You can find empty lots where people have voted. You can find abandoned homes where 4, 5, 6 people have voted. My husband was told, multiple times when he went to go vote that he's already voted and voted twice, and people were using his identity, and it wasn't even him. And then we get this report card that someone named Lionel Drips, I think is his name. He goes and gets a report card of every Georgian or Atlantan. He sends them their report card by mail, or he did these last elections, to tell you when you voted last and when you didn't. And it showed that my husband hadn't voted since like 2012. And he was like, this is what's driving me insane, is that when they do allow my vote, they're not even counting my vote. And then when I go in, I'm being told someone else used my vote. And it was only in 2020 and this last election, it looks like they counted his vote. But that's insane. And it's hitting us home. And we got 8 different ballot application or absentee ballot applications in the mail. And we live in a community that votes very heavily Democrat. And so I was like, you know what, this is kind of janky. They shouldn't be sending these out. Why did they change the legislation? We didn't request one, so why are we receiving one? And actually 8. What's going on? So in watching these things and actually, turning into the Secretary of State's office, along with like 10 other people who investigated these mayoral races, they had proof and evidence of the stolen votes and how it was done. And it was ignored. It was ignored by when Kemp was Secretary of State, and then when he was governor. And even Stacey Abrams herself had said that Norwood, who had run for mayor, was a racist and that Georgia doesn't have voter fraud issues. And it wasn't until 6 months later that she ran for governor that all of a sudden she said, there's voter fraud. So, that's what you've got going on both sides of the aisle. And don't let anybody trick you. Both sides of the aisle do it. And that's what we as voters, we need to understand. We're playing these political games, and it's very disingenuous to me if I were to say it's okay if this side cheats but not this side because it's my team. Then I don't care about the vote, but I do. And it's one person, one vote, period. No exceptions. And then the people, make that decision. And then we have to live with that decision. And that does suck, but we don't need a third entity or fourth entity coming in and deciding for us, or saying, well, this person's deep state, or this person's this, and you don't need this person, or this person tricked you. Then they need to make their argument during the election. And I know it seems so cut and dry, and people who are very party partisan, they get frustrated with me saying that, because they're like, well, you need to be loyal to a party. No. I need to be loyal to my husband. I don't need to be loyal to a party. Like, excuse me, half the parties are bought off and they work together. And when you, and so many people on both sides of the aisle, if you break out of your algorithm and you just listen to all congressmen and House members that have complained and they only served like a short term, they'll all say the same thing. They were brought into the office of the leaders of their party and they were told, this is our agenda and this is what you're voting for. It didn't matter if they didn't believe in it, and it didn't matter if their constituents put them there for something opposite. If they stood up and said, well, I can't do that, they were taken off of committees. Now, how is that allowing your elected officials to represent you when they are sent to Washington, when the party leaders tell them, this is what you're doing for the party? Now, we're not called the party republic. Like, you know, join your party and whatever your party chooses, that's what you get. No, we vote in our area for our representatives, and those people who have their concerns, who call that representative's office, who call their council member's office, that's what they want addressed, whether it's potholes everywhere, or this school has a lot of violence, or our property taxes are going up because we have outside entities coming in, buying up all our property. Whatever it is that the constituents are complaining about, that is what the representative needs to be addressing, not the rhetoric that the two-party system is telling them that they need to just keep drowning people out with. That is not what is affecting them. Or at least they need to address those things and actually do their job. And then if their moral fiber tells them listen to the party, that's between them and their God. But this is not what they were tasked to do, and this is not why people put them in office. And I think we've become so partisan with wanting our team to win that we've allowed this chaos in our country by, well, I don't like what she's saying because she doesn't vote like me, rather than, if votes are being stolen, it doesn't matter if my person didn't win or they did win, they're still being stolen. And this is not okay, and nobody should be okay with it. And everybody should have that moral fortitude and that honesty within in them to throw away this garb of like, well, it's my team, so it's okay, because it's not okay. And I'm not going to listen to anybody who justifies it. I don't care what side of the aisle they're on. They're a chump to me at this point. Just an absolute chump.
What about the rest of the ticket? Who did you end up voting for besides governor? You obviously picked Purdue.
Yes. So I would say I was all over the board. A lot of them were incumbents, and they didn't have anybody running against them. So whenever there's an incumbent, I don't even vote. I don't fill in the box because they're going to get why that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that doesn't even make any sense. That no one's running against them. If no one's running against them, they shouldn't be on the ballot. I mean, yeah. I suppose for the write-ins, but how many people are going to write in the same person? Now, I think there's a way around it, but when people try to make you feel guilty because you didn't check in the box for the person who's a lone wolf right there in that position, for me, it wasn't really something that I would consider important.
Right.
I'll pull up so I can go over like the positions and what. So let's see. Colvin for Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia, Verda Colvin. Her background was I would say more trustworthy. I didn't know so much about Brinson, but what I did know was counterproductive to what we're experiencing here in Georgia. Let's see. Chuck Eaton. It was very difficult between Shalandra Miller and Chuck Eaton because she was coming out as a new person, and Chuck is one of those guys who's been in politics for a very long time. He knows a lot of people. But some people, I think, on the conservative side were really not knowing if that's the route they were going to go, because they didn't know where his loyalties lied. But when I was looking at, his stance on a lot of things, I went ahead and went for Chuck Eaton.
That was
Let's
for
see.
Fulton County Superior Court Judge? That
Yes.
was the position for
Atlanta
it?
Judicial Circuit.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Paige Whitaker, she's great.
Okay.
She was the incumbent, and that's for Superior Court Atlanta Judicial Circuit. I've talked to her a few times, and she's a fair judge. What I mean is she actually wants to look into the record of what's going on and not just go off of, so some judges are kind of lazy. What they'll do is they'll tell the defense, well, give me what you've got, right? And then they'll tell the prosecution, okay, give me what you got. But a lot of times, because, our judicial system after COVID and Zoom calls, they're backed up and it's insane. And so a lot of them will not take that time to look further into what's going on. And so let's say I was arrested and I had 36 previous charges that I was on probation for. So I'm on probation and I show up at the jail. The first place I'm going to go is to the probation section, because they're going to see when they pull up my record, I'm on probation. Here's the sketchy part. They're not going to call the DA's office so that the state is brought in. They're just going to call my probation officer. Well, when they're so backed up, they need to hurry up and get the cases out. They need to keep people out of jail, and they need to allow for their first appearance hearing where they can just get out on a signature bond or get out really, really quickly, no matter what is going on, because they can't keep up. And so that probation officer is going to reset my probation 90% of the time. And when they reset my probation, no matter if I broke probation, no matter if I was just arrested for something insane, 9 times out of 10, this probation officer is going to say, hey, Amber, we're going to reset your probation. That's called probation revocation. Now, when I go to pretrial release, which means I can either do a signature bond, or now we call it non-judicial or unsecured judicial release, which means the judge is releasing me unsecurely without asking me for any money. When that takes place and I walk over to pretrial release to see if I will qualify for just signing my name and leaving, or a pretrial release, which means I won't be in jail for, more than 2 days. And I'll hurry up and get my first appearance hearing. They don't, that probation revocation does not send over to that next desk the probation that was just reset. So that revocation is not on there. So they only see what I just committed. And in order for me to get out on pretrial release or get an unsecured judicial release, they have to see that I'm a first-time offender, or that my rap sheet is really low. Well, they just cheated. They took off my rap sheet with the probation revocation. So it can't be used. They treat it as double jeopardy, but it's not actually double jeopardy. And that's the way that they can hurry up, get me through. And if I have connections or whatever, I'm going to get that pretrial release. I'm going to sign my name, and I'm going to be out just as quick as I was in. And so with Judge Whitaker, whenever someone is brought before her in a complex or a very, when it's dealing with crime, she will look and want information on my juvenile record, on any probation revocation. So you're looking for judges that their defense attorney is going to tell you that their mama said they were good, they're a good person, and sometimes they are. Sometimes they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a good judge can ferret that out. They will know, hey, this is a person who made a stupid mistake. But in order to find that out, they have to find out, do you have a long rap sheet? And a lot of our judges, they don't dig that deep. And she was one of them that did, so she was fair. So you might have someone that was there at the scene of a crime who was with the wrong people, but she checked the back part of them, and instead of them getting lumped in a group, and they're 19 years old, it's their first offense, they don't have any priors, and they're telling you through their defense attorney, I got in the car with them, we were at the club. That person is not going to serve that time and get that horrible reputation that might keep them from being able to get a job and affect their life to where they just become a criminal because they spend cycling through jail, and they're not given that opportunity because they were lumped in. So there's judges out there like that, but you got to do your due diligence, and it's really hard to do. And I'm not saying Allison Pitts wasn't good. I'm just saying Whitaker is known for being really good at what she's doing. So I went with her. I pulled up my sample ballot so I can address your questions. Herschel Walker, mostly because there's going to be dirt that comes out about Herschel Walker and his former spouse, and that he was they got into a fight or whatever, and there was the proverbial domestic disturbance issue. Now I don't know the full details, but Warnock, who is going to be running with, had the same issue. So these are two men that have had issues in their relationships before, and hopefully they don't use that against one another and they actually talk about policy. But it just gets so nasty in these things that it doesn't matter if you've served your time. It doesn't matter if you went to court with your former spouse or someone that you had this dispute with and it was hashed out in court. People get a big kick out of bringing up someone's past without knowing anything about the person and just trying to slander them. And then they think, oh, this will get this will get at them, or this will hurt them. And it actually makes a person look like a gossiper or just someone who's stirring up trouble, and they don't have anything to add to the conversation that's of worth. So let's hope that that Herschel and Warnock are actually going to discuss policy and where they're different on those policies. But I had to vote for Herschel. I really like him as a person. So I ended up voting for Purdue. And let's see, Butch Miller for lieutenant governor. And the people who are wanting to separate from Atlanta with Buckhead City, I know a lot of them. I know the people who don't want to and the people who do. And I think they wanted Burt Jones, from my opinion, because Butch Miller did not agree with them separating from the city. And so we've got those things playing out as well. That's why the conservative ticket looks like it's all over the place, because it's those who spoke for Buckhead City versus those who spoke against Buckhead City are the ones who got that. So that can also split the conservative vote, where people would be like, well, Brian Kemp really knocked it out. But also, from my understanding, there were Democrats that crossed the aisle, because if it's only Stacey on the ticket, that allows you to cross over and to pull a ballot where you don't have to, even in the primary, you don't have to pull a Republican or Democrat. You can pull a non-bias, where it's just you get everyone on each ticket, and then you can do that. And so Democrats wouldn't have to change from Democrat to Republican. We've done that when we wanted to vote for our sheriff and our DA. We actually, a lot of conservatives, we did not like how Paul Howard was it was awful. And so, we had to pull a Democrat ticket because there were only Democrats running. And because of that, if we didn't go to vote, there was no one on the ticket for us to vote for. It was the only people running, were all Democrats. So in order to vote for your sheriff or vote for your DA, you had to pull that ballot, or the ballot that gives you it doesn't matter if I forget what they call it. I think it's not non-biased, but it's
like a nonpartisan ballot, basically.
Yeah, nonpartisan. Yeah. They call it something else. I can't remember, but a lot of people will pull that because they don't want to they don't want it on their record, because they're such party partisans. They freak out if they have to, I'm never voting for a D, or I'm never voting for an R kind of mess. But that happens in Georgia all the time, where people are like, I have to vote for who I want. And so then we should ask ourselves, why did a lot of Democrats want Kemp? I don't know. Maybe they find there's a better fight between Kemp and Abrams. So I don't know if they have dirt on Kemp, or if it was a setup, or if they genuinely don't like how far left things have gone and they don't want the city shut down because their livelihood depends on it. If those were the Democrats that came over to vote for Kemp, or if they were just the establishment, like conservative Democrats, conservative Republicans that are more establishment, that were the never Trumpers, that supported more like the Romney group. People like Eric Erickson's people that listen to him, who hated Trump. Even Gabriel Sterling. I have tweets where Gabriel Sterling said during the election between Trump and Hillary, he was saying, vote for anybody. We need anybody but Trump. And he was the one that was working in the Secretary of State's office during 2020. And in fact, he pulled out of working for the Secretary of State's office and then hired himself as a contractor, which is, how they do it in politics. I didn't even know that was legal to do, but you have a lot of this kind of stuff immersed in. And so what was going around for the establishment conservatives that listened to the Eric Ericksons, they were telling everybody Trump is the deep state, like, oh, he's the globalist. And then people who are for Trump were saying, hey, Kemp and these good old boys, they're establishment. They're for the Mitt Romneys and the Bushes and people like that who've been, where Herbert Walker Bush went around and said New World Order, New World Order. And, they've moved a lot of their businesses overseas. And Romney's a carpetbagger. He went through most of the United States, buying up, rural America and sending it overseas, and then having those people in America train the people from overseas. And then once they were done, they didn't have a job. And yet the money he made went to an offshore account. Never went back to taxes for America. So you can only imagine when Trump put tariffs on everybody, I would have thought that the Democrats would have been happy for that. It's more taxes for the government, but also it keeps people from going and wanting slave labor or people to work for a cheaper price. And that's what they say, free and fair labor. You go to Whole Foods, this is free trade. People are paid, a good amount to make this candy bar, to make these chips, to make this, support this, or support this wine. It's made in this country and they're not exploiting people. And you would think that they would have been excited about tariffs, but because of the party partisanship, he was just Russia. He was the, horrible racist president. And so they didn't even see the forest from the trees, that he was saying, wait, people like Romney, people like these big corporatists are going over there and getting, really cheap labor. And while they're getting this cheap labor, we're getting screwed over. So they're going to have tariffs. Well, that bit into their bottom line. And so, of course, they pushed back and they didn't want Trump. And that's really the establishment group on both sides of the aisle. They're the ones who run the stocks. They're the ones who make the money, and he ticked them off. So they were saying he was the globalist. MAGA people were saying that no, they were the globalist, and Democrats were just saying he was the devil. So it was like, you have those splits and they're all over the place. And so it's very hard to predict, but it was very odd that Herschel Walker got such a huge amount. Marjorie Taylor Greene got a huge amount, but Brian Kemp, people who support Herschel really didn't support Brian Kemp. People who support Marjorie Taylor Greene really doesn't support Brian Kemp. So it'd be weird that someone would go in and pull the lever for Kemp, Raffensperger, but not pull the and then also pull the lever for Marjorie Taylor Greene or Herschel Walker or anybody who spoke up against them. So those numbers are very odd, and we have a ton of people looking through the data to see if and if you're a Democrat and you switched over because you wanted to go for Kemp because you either liked the way the state was run, he was middle of the road, and you can support that, and the fact that it looks like he doesn't like Trump, and that in itself makes them happy, where they really wanted him to be governor, or they wanted to help choose who would be governor, and they chose the one who didn't work well with Trump. Either way, that means they just voted for governor and secretary of state and didn't vote anywhere below that. And that's what it is kind of reflecting, which that's happened before when you've had conservatives go over to vote for sheriff or DA. There were a lot of other positions. They were just like, I don't know. I'm only voting for this position and this position. And that was it. And so you would have like it wouldn't make sense. The same people who would vote for DA Paul Howard here in Atlanta would then, be voting all the way down for the Democrat ticket, but then Fonnie Willis won instead. And so they're like, how did Fonnie win? But everybody who liked Paul Howard, voted all the way down. His numbers, matched going all the way down. But then Fonnie's was double that because she got a lot of the conservative vote, as well as Sheriff Pat Labat. So it's very intertwined. And there's a lot of different, a huge amount of different factors. But for Secretary of State, I went with David C. Belle Isle.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Mhm.
And why was that?
Yeah. Mostly because when he was discussing the job of a Secretary of State and what your authority is to do, he was following it directly as to what they're tasked to do. They're not really tasked to reach out and do extra links for people so that they can, so Gabriel Sterling went on a lot of Zoom calls with people on the very far left, making it easy for them to volunteer for working in the precincts in 2020. I mean, they bent over backwards. And David Schaefer, who ran the conservative side, they would just get the email from the Secretary of State and then they just mail it out everywhere. And it was just bland, go here, fill it out if you want to work here. But by the time you got that email to fill out to work in one of those precincts, all the positions were taken. And that's because a month before that, Gabriel Sterling and other people in the Secretary of State's office had already given out those links. So by the time they send it to the party heads, which would have been Abrams and Schaefer, that left side had already been doing Zoom calls with the Secretary of State's office to get these links in order to volunteer for all these positions. And so David made it very clear that if you're going to do that, if you're going to stand up and actually reach out to a group of people, you need to reach out all the way across the board. You need to make sure that you're meeting with people from each party line and giving them those links at the very same time and being more transparent about it and putting that out on your websites that we met with this group or we're meeting with this group so that people don't have questions. Because if you're transparent, people don't have questions. Like that if they want to know, it's all right there. And anything that, is rumored, you can shut that down almost automatically because you're publishing everything on the Secretary of State's website. Everyone that works underneath you, they shouldn't be out there doing bias posts. And there are a lot of people that work at the Secretary of State's office that's being very biased with we've got to win and women have to change, like Jordan Fuchs. She was like, look at these cheaters and look over here. And that's not the job of the Secretary of State's office. Their job is to make sure all the election materials are in, that each precinct has what they want, that each precinct is being run correctly, that they're following guidelines, and that there's not favoritism. And those rules should be followed no matter what precinct, no matter what area in Georgia. There shouldn't have been donations from big places like Arnold Schwarzenegger coming over from California to give it to Muskogee County, as well as Zuckerberg and his wife coming in and going to that same county, and they end up with 1.9 or 1.5 million because I think it was Schwarzenegger gave 240,000 and Zuckerberg gave 400,000 to Muskogee County. And Nancy Boren, the election official there, and she already had a $900,000 budget. So
and this was during 2020.
Mm-hmm. And you're looking at a $1.5 million budget for Muskogee County, who's been doing voting forever, and they bought a couple machines. That's insane. That's insanity. It looks dirty. It looks crooked, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. You may like Schwarzenegger because Schwarzenegger hates Trump, and Trump made fun of him because Schwarzenegger took over The Apprentice, and then Donald made fun of him and said, "Oh, all the ratings went all the way down when he took over." I mean, because they'd always had a beef because they're big dudes and they talk big smack. and so you have people that just maybe never liked Schwarzenegger, didn't like that he cheated on his wife with the maid, like didn't like any of that, but hey, he doesn't like Trump, let's support him. I mean, the vitriol that goes on in politics without personally knowing somebody and just believing whatever hype you're given by paid off news outlets that are paid by political operatives on each side of the aisle and who can tell the most outlandish stories is why we are where we are. We should demand better from both sides of the aisle. We should demand better from our media, and we don't. And we're in a sad state because we're just believing whatever article is pushed in our face. I had a lot of people go, well, I did like Trump until I saw what he wrote about Kemp. And I'm looking at it and I go to search for it and I'm like, that's from a fake website. Well, it had already spread everywhere. Now all of a sudden, people, don't like Trump because this thing came out that says Trump said this about Kemp, or Trump said this about this group of people, and it would be false. And so they were targeting certain demographics that would have, chosen someone who was supportive of Trump. They went after them to give them false information about, Trump is a globalist and he's wanting to, he likes Klaus Schwab, even though he went to Davos and pretty much told them to kiss his, what. And right after that, you have Klaus and Tedros, like all these people coming out saying, well, we've got to worry about Trump. He's a problem. So even though he said, we don't really want this, we care about America first, all of a sudden he became the globalist. And this is what was done really everywhere. I mean, people make up fake stuff about Abrams. They make up fake stuff about Purdue. They make up fake stuff about Kemp. And I mean, it's an equal opportunity, make up fake crap to pull votes. But that's really sad that you have to filter through that, or you just have to believe the lies that come at you like, 90 miles an hour right to your face.
Yeah. And what do you think about the open primary system in Georgia? You mentioned it before. For example, the president of the Atlanta Tea Party, Debbie Dooley, today started a petition to remove that and make it a closed primary system. And, it's in the topic of discussion since the election, really, because of what seems to be a very high Democratic crossover turnout voting in the Republican primary. As you mentioned, possibly to make sure that Kemp was going to be Abrams' opponent, perhaps because Purdue would be more difficult to defeat. What do you think? Do you think that should change that primary system?
I think that it should be up for debate. I think it should be entered into legislation, and I think they should hammer it out at our state capitol. I think when people have a complaint and they're upset, and there's other people that have that same belief, it should be that a bill should be written up. It should go back and forth from the Senate side. It should go to committee. People should state their feelings of what they want. Excuse me, sorry, it's my phone in the background, my landline. But that's what we deal with. That's the issue, is that they don't, like, everyone wants to just shut someone up rather than debate it out, rather than find that you might be against it because you're mad at Debbie Dooley. You may be very, very angry at her because apparently, she was coming out strong against Kemp. And if you're a Kemp supporter, or if you are a never Trumper, you're like, who is this crazy lady? You're very upset at her. And I've seen lots of people that were going to be voting for Kemp that were like, Debbie Dooley's lost her mind. She's this and this. But if you're someone who knows that there's been issues within the state of Georgia with this infighting and really loopholes where people can take advantage and have taken advantage, and you've got someone going, we're not dealing with this anymore, then people should be opening to listen instead of just going to the name calling or the, well, she's not on my team, she's not on my side, I don't like her kind of mess. And we're just stuck in the same situation that never ends, where we debate it on the outside of our legislative body. It never gets to the legislative body where we could hammer out what would be best for all of us. And so I agree. She's making sense with wanting to address these issues. I'm sure she's seen the insanity of, like, people were making up stuff about Candace, who was running for office. They
Candace
were
Taylor.
making stuff up about Purdue. And, some people were saying, oh no, Candace is a Mason, and so-and-so is, or Brian Kemp's wife has blackmail on him, like a wife doesn't need to have blackmail on her husband. That's not it. You can't blackmail your husband. You can nag him to death. You can, give him the silent treatment. You can do all kinds of things with blackmail. I don't know how you do that. But I mean, there's these rumors about every single one of them. And it's so insane that people glom onto that, and that becomes their factual reality, because we're feeding into that beast of just, take away trust 100% so you're exhausted, and then you just do whatever because you're just so tuned out, and they want us tuned out. The powers that be, they want both parties. They need us tuned out.
Yeah, and I'm still shocked at the voter turnout, despite the fact that it was a record turnout for this primary. I didn't see the final numbers, but what I could tell, it was about 10% of Georgia's population voted. And I know not every citizen can vote, but that still seems quite low to me.
That's because so many people are like, I don't trust the voting system anymore. We are at we're at a smaller precinct, and I went to pick up a friend whose better half other half is on vacation with his mom and his friend. And so he was like, well, come pick me up. When we got there, it was around 10 or 11 the day of. And when I put my ballot through the scanner, there was 40 people who had voted before me. And the precinct had already been open for like 3 hours. So that's typical of what we're seeing. And that's why a lot of times we have people that will go by each precinct, and when they go to vote, they go kind of towards the end, and then they look on the scanner to see how many people have been through, and then everybody shares that number. And then after we see that, we do notice that I think it's sketchy, and I always have, that you don't count the absentee ballots till the very end, because that tells me that they might be holding on to absentee ballots that were filled out for people who might vote on the day of. And so they have to not use those names that are already on absentee ballots. So that there's so many ways you can sketch around that I think that they should be processing the absentee ballots as soon as they come in through early voting. Yeah. And then if you get to the precinct and they say you've already voted, you can sign an affidavit and say, no, I didn't, show me the proof. And then they can clamp down on the fact that someone used their information, and who requested it, and where did that absentee ballot application, where did that come from, and how did someone use it? If the person who went to vote the day of or early voting at the precinct had to sign something that said, no, I didn't vote, right? They should go and talk to that person, not harass that person, not scare that person, but say, hey, when you went to go vote and they said you'd already voted, how was that handled? We see you signed an affidavit. Did you receive an absentee ballot? Did you request one? No. Okay. Well, we have an issue here. Those are things that need to be investigated. I know a lot of people who dealt with that, and who have dealt with things like that continuously in elections, way before the 2020 election. The Secretary of State's office, they don't contact you. They don't ask you anything. We got a return email when my husband said, this is the report card I'm getting, which says I haven't voted since 2012. This is a lie. What is going on? And then he even reported what's happened before when he went in to vote and he was told he voted. We got one email saying they were looking into it. Nothing else after that. How is that? You're not doing your job. That is your job. And the fact that, I don't care if you're Democrat, I don't care if you're Republican, you're not doing your damn job. And so don't tell me, well, there was no issue. We've looked into it. When I contact the hundreds of people who contacted me because they know that I'm very curious. Like, what was your experience? I don't care what side of the aisle you're in. What did you see? Like, what happened to you personally? And there's people on both sides of the aisle that are like, hey, this happened. The precinct didn't open. The doors were locked. The scanner wasn't working. They sent us over here. That area sent us back over here. I was only on my lunch break. I'm going to have to go back after work. I don't even know if I can. I have to pick up my kids. And they're frustrated and ticked off. Right? Well, you know, those are things that might be addressed by the party, you know, the head of the parties of, you know, in that state that will go to those precincts and say what's going on and be the lawyer or the representative for. But sometimes it takes them upwards of 30 minutes, 40 minutes to get there. And a bunch of people have already left. And so many people were disenfranchised even before 2020, but during 2020, they're not going to show up, you know, and that's the problem. And that's people on both sides. You have Democrats who thought, the insanity that's going on with the Summer of Love, that's going on with like $44 billion sent over here. And, you know, we were told now adults have taken over, and we still see the Smith-Mundt Act, the fake news, the media being bought off, medical tyranny, you know, disinformation, masks are great, masks are bad. You know, if you get the vaccine, hey, you're going to be fine. Oh, well, you know, you might catch it. Well, if you can't, like, it's too much. Eggs are good, eggs are bad. Like, come on, guys, you're not professional and you're not the experts if every 5 minutes it's changing. And if that's the case, we shouldn't have censorship that tells us, you know, fact checks us, because 30 minutes before they released what you're saying, you were fact checked, you get punished. 30 minutes later, when they say, oh, yeah, well, that's true, do you get an apology? And do they stop that madness? No, they don't. And that's what we're faced with on both sides of the aisle. We're faced with an algorithm, and we're faced with people who, whether they're in this country or not in this country, there is a under the radar group that is feeding everyone BS in order to control the motives, the emotions, the way we vote, the way we understand what's going on, causes division. And they do this like, it's not just with one group. It's not just with Trump voters. It's not just with Hillary voters. They do it to everyone. And it's causing complete chaos when you have people that are messaging you saying Trump is a globalist. And then you change groups and it's Kemp is a globalist. And the people voting for Kemp don't like Trump, and the people voting for Trump don't like Kemp. Something is being said to them. And then when you've got people going, yeah, well, I voted Democrat, but it's because, you know, the Republicans are, you know, they care about their money they're making in these companies in other countries. And, you know, they don't care about us. We don't have health care. We don't have this. And it's like, well, you do know there are Democrats that have companies in other countries too. You know, it's not just conservatives. You do understand that someone who's a corporatist, they don't care about what political party you're in. They just care that they're able to move their money around and have control over commercials, our media, and everything else. And, you know, corporations can be good. They can also be bad. And we need to understand what our role is in that and how we can, you know, push back against the insanity. But we're divided, and it's dangerous and it's stupid. And we look like the lemmings. We look immature. We look like, and this is why, you know, I'm sending my kids to private school. You know, I would love to send them to public school, except why won't public schools start the Socratic method? Why won't they let boys do tactile? Why do they take away trades? Why are they, you know, literally just putting it under no child left behind, and all children learn differently? Why are they having them sit like this and then giving them chocolate milk that's full of hormones, GMOs, that causes hyperactivity? And you know, it has antibiotics in it, like everything that's very dangerous, right? That causes lots of health effects, but they'll give away a lot of free chocolate milk. What about just giving away alkaline water, 100% juice with no sugar added? You know, there's things that they could do that, you know, why wouldn't they test kids who are having behavioral issues in poorer communities to see if they're dyslexic? I mean, if you're a guy who's trying to survive, would you rather look stupid when your teacher says it's this way. You keep writing the words backwards. Are you going to try to act tough? Or are you going to think that if you admit that you don't read it like that, that you'll be called stupid? Right? You're not stupid. Lots of people have dyslexia. And kids are being made to feel that they're stupid because no one's there to say there's a large percentage of the population, no matter what socioeconomic group, no matter if you're male or female, sometimes things get crossed. And until someone comes in and shows you how to work with that, you're going to have these issues. It does not make you stupid. Just like hyperactivity does not mean you're a horrible kid. You know, it means recess needs to be longer. It means that you don't read about a city. You actually build a city with a template, a miniature city. Now you know how a city works. Most boys learn that way, by tactile. The fact that we are churning out large swaths of the population that memorize, regurgitate, and forget. And they have no idea how to do a checkbook, no idea how to write a resume, no idea how to debate, no idea how to listen to a story and allow each student to look at this historical figure, how the historical figure handled it, what they did, what they thought this historical figure was doing, and then what their take is on it, and nobody gets persecuted for their own opinion. That's a Socratic method, and that's learning through diverse ideas and actually communicating. That is actually a liberal education. And yet you have people on the liberal side of the aisle, or, you know, they say they're liberal and they're Democrats that don't want school choice. They don't like charter schools, but they're not offering a good education for a large swath of our population that could benefit from tactile learning. They could benefit from the Socratic method. And these are the issues that we're facing. And I think they're all disingenuous on both sides of the aisle. Like, this is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. So when somebody comes up with a story on some sub-channel that says they want you to be stupid, then that's what you're going to think. And to me, how is that not true? Because nobody's making sense. They're not making sense that they care about the education of our children, but in the same token, they're not giving them the education that would actually benefit them more, right? Because they could get taxes from someone who is a good producer. Like, you teach them, they find out what is their special talent, and they go out in the world, they're successful, and they're adding worth to your country. They're adding to it. So then when people say, well, you know, it's a communist takeover, or it's, you know, they're just wanting to nationalize and federalize everything. Well, then I start to believe it, because you can't have well-learned people who know how to debate, who know how to think for themselves, who go out and want to be entrepreneurs and are really good at what they do. You have to have people that are very emotional, they're very divided, and they believe the rhetoric because they weren't taught real education. They weren't really educated, right? So right now, everyone is very disingenuous, in my opinion, because we've got common sense that is being ignored. And, you know, and then they point a finger at the other aisle and say they're the bad one. Well, they both look bad right now. I'm embarrassed. I'm absolutely embarrassed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me a second so I can unplug this phone.
Yeah. Do your thing, Amber. So we're live here with Amber Connor. We're just talking about the Georgia primary election and geopolitical status quo in Atlanta, Georgia at large, as well as the rest of the nation. But I just wanted to cover all those people you voted for. Interesting choice for Secretary of State. I was almost certain you weren't going to select Mr. Raffensperger, but mentioned that you know Marty Kemp. What are your thoughts on Miss Kemp, the governor's wife?
She loves her husband. She loves her children. And after her daughter's boyfriend died in a crash, the day after, Brian Kemp said he was going to call an emergency hearing or an emergency meeting to discuss what people were complaining about with voter fraud. The very next day, he died in a car crash. Now, you know, some people might go, oh, well, that would have been Trump's people, or that would have been, you know, Abrams' people. No, I think it would be nothing to do with Trump and nothing to do with Abrams. I would think it would be people who didn't want it looked into, because those are the controlling factors of how they wanted our next 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years to be, but they wanted to cause that division where it would confuse the Kemps. They wouldn't know where it came from. And then someone's got to slip in literature, say, oh, I bet it was this, or I bet it was that, to cause them to, become recluse, become withdrawn. And these are the games.
Amber,
Yeah.
it's your contention that he was assassinated as a form of intimidation?
I think so. And I think it was to make, I think it was to make Loeffler look bad. I think it was to make Kemp look bad. I think it was to make Trump look bad, Abrams look bad, because nobody's pointing to the people who more than likely did it, which would be, in my opinion, it's, I'm not trying to blame Mitt Romney for everything, but what I'm saying is people who have had family and ties into the controlling factors of how our country is laid out and what direction it should go. We're very, very aggressive, and we're very angry because when Trump ran against Hillary and then he was running against the conservatives, there wasn't anyone on the stage he didn't beat up except for Huckabee. Like literally everyone else is little Marco.
You're kind of pointing at the neocons as who you think was behind Harrison's death.
I think it's a little higher than the neocons. I think it's more of like, I would say the ones who will profess they don't want, a one world government, but it's really, we want to be in charge of the one world government, and we need smart cities, and we need to herd these people like cattle, and we need Georgia's future to look like this, and we need California's future to look like this, and New York's future, but we need the people of Georgia to be so lost as to who to blame that they're attacking each other, right? And that's why I get so upset with the partisanship, because that's how your state gets taken over. And so when I see people make declarative statements, oh, it was Trump's people, or oh, it was Abrams' people, I'm like, nope. It wasn't. But if we're looking there, we're not looking at the full-blown takeover of our state. And every state should be looking at the full-blown takeover of their state. If you're in California, you should worry about someone trying to take over California. If you're in New York, you should worry about the same thing. But what you shouldn't do is be looking elsewhere and then, trying to blame the people who are like in the next tier up, right? There's people higher than that that actually are going to benefit by closing us all into, and people want to say Klaus Schwab. I mean, at this point, it's so embarrassing. His thick accent, and you will own nothing. I mean, it's embarrassing. Just his whole demeanor. It's like watching Star Trek on steroids. We've lost our freaking mind at this point, and he is someone to look at because he's a goober. I mean, I'm sorry, like, come on, guy, why are you representing this? Especially, when our reflection of Germany, which a lot of German people have done a lot to try to make up for it, that they are ashamed of what happened back, when Hitler ran amok, right? They feel personally responsible, and they've actually gone way too woke in order to try to make up for, whatever's happened. And so they've gone overboard, but they're not telling Klaus to shut up and sit down. There's just an amount of absurdity and just dipshittery, excuse my language, that's happening among us. And we've got to stop this partisan stuff. Just because I don't vote for somebody doesn't mean I won't go and talk to that representative or ask for a meeting. If they win, that's who I have to go to. And I have to work within the system, but I got to be smart, and I got to be loud, and I got to be honest, and I've got to have facts, right? And when we don't have facts, like I can't go to Kemp and say, here's my worry, and it's all a bunch of hooey that, people put together, and it's not fact-based. But what I can do is go and show investments happening, how this is a foreign entity, a foreign company coming in, and that they've come in and actually bought up this many houses in Buckhead, giving over 100,000 over the asking rate. So someone's trying to move and they think, oh, wow, we got 100,000 over cash offer. But when they try to move, unless they're moving to Florida and they try to move anywhere else, weird, they can't find a house. Why? Because they're all being bought up over asking price and turned into rentals. Now, how sad is that? You're selling your house so you can relocate and you struggle with finding a new home. And Americans, we're not even seeing this. We're not even paying attention because we're listening to the latest gossip that either the media is telling us or a podcaster is telling us about, I don't like this person. This person isn't doing their job. Let's focus. Let's talk about the medical tyranny. Let's talk about how we can't go to our doctor now and say, this is the medication we want, where it's between us and our doctor. But the doctor is being overseen by a conglomerate that is wholly, aligned with the pharmaceutical companies who are going to make a ton of money and then backed up by people who put a lot of money in the stock and are seeing a huge return. I mean, some of my son's friends, now they've got beach houses. And I asked my son, find out, but why and how? Well, because they invested in the vaccine. And it's like, good God. And these are people who get mad if you don't wear a mask somewhere, or they tell you got to get boosted. And didn't Martha Stewart get in trouble for stock manipulation? Literally anybody who has the position to tell people they need to get vaccinated and they have stock in the vaccines, they should be fired immediately and they should be sued. That is the most conflict of interest. And if it's not absolutely 100% illegal, this skirting the law needs to be taken away and needs to be cut and dry. If you are in a position where you're going to tell people that they should get vaccinated or that they should follow this medical guideline, and you are invested in that very thing you're pushing, straight to jail. I'm done. Like, that is bias. That's paying for the result you want because you're going to make money. That's evil.
Yes.
And it's happening on both sides of the aisle. Nobody is innocent of this. And I'm disgusted, and we should all be disgusted.
Yes. Yeah, I agree, Amber. And we are at our hour here, but I hope we can do this again soon. No, that was fantastic, Amber, because I didn't get to everything that I wanted to get to, and I know you have more to share otherwise. So hopefully we can do it again soon in light of a couple runoffs that are going to happen on the 21st in 4 weeks from Tuesday. So Jake Evans and McCormick in the 6th went to a runoff, I know, and I think there was one other one too. So
I'm going to try to meet with both of them. I'm going to try to meet with Evans and McCormick. We're going on a couple of different trips, but yeah, because I want to hear what they have to say. For me, I'm so tired of the partisanship. And I will say both parties have dropped the ball in different areas, that are not good for my family. They're just not good. And both parties, no one really has stood up against the tyranny that we've been experiencing. And so right now they're all feckless leaders. Even the ones who've spoken up, they've done it so hyperbolically and so extreme. Nobody that was that partisan would listen. They didn't talk common sense. You've got to meet people where they are and not call names and not, just go after your opponent. And you can't, if you're on this side of the aisle, you can't be like, AOC said this. And if you're on this side of the aisle, Marjorie Taylor Greene said this. I don't care what they said. Tell me the facts. Focus on what we need to change. Focus on what's going on. I'm not hearing that. I'm just hearing a bunch of punching each other. And we're supposed to cheer like we're in some rabid, dysfunctional sports arena. And it's disgusting. And we deserve better than that. And we should expect better than that. We need to hold ourselves to a higher standard and say, you're not representing me. I need people that are more responsible, more mature, emotionally astute, and have wisdom. And I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to have to go and talk to both of these people in this runoff to see, what do they have to offer.
Excellent. And we'd love to hear what they say to you. So hopefully we can reconnect then as well. But this is available in Rockfin, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, perhaps on YouTube at some point. I'm currently in timeout again, but that is to be expected.
Bad, Eddie.
Yeah, as always. But thanks again for joining me, Amber. I really appreciate your time.
All right. Have a great day. Okay, Eddie.
Thanks. You too, Amber.
And